Empress, are you there? Greetings. Greetings, Empress. Are you there? Empress, are you there? Are you the Empress?
Okay, 1 second. I'm trying to get my links together. Coming right now.
Greetings, Empress.
Yes, I'm coming right now. I'm trying to get my links together.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess we could start introducing yourself. I'm coming in 1 second. You can start introducing yourself if you like. Let them know who you are, where you're from.
Yeah. I'm Nana Kwame.
Uh-huh.
I'm from Ghana. You know, I'm an Akan. Yeah. I've been trotting Rastafari, you know, since we youth age in the schools, you know. Yeah.
Since when? For how long you said?
Yeah. Trotting Rastafari since my youth age in school, you know.
Okay. Was like 10 to 15 years, something like that? Like 10 or 15 years, you saying? I said about 10 or 15 years.
I can't hear you.
I said you said it like 10 to 15 years?
You said?
You said you've been trotting Rastafari for how long?
I can't hear you out.
I know, I hear you clear. I don't know what's going on your side. But I'm asking you how long you say
I can't hear you, Empress.
Rastafari. I'm asking you how long you've been trotting Rastafari. I don't think his connection is good. Give thanks for tuning in to Real Radio Talk anyway. So as Nana Kwame was trying to introduce himself, it looks like the connection on his side may not be working too well. So let me see what happens after I message him. I don't think the connection let me see. But yeah, give thanks for tuning in to Real Radio Talk. I hope we can have a good broadcast tonight with Nana Kwame from Ghana. Okay, let's see if we can bring him back in. Because he's back
in the network, Empress. The network is bad.
Yeah, I was going to tell you that.
The network, Empress.
If you can't hear me, yeah, I'll tell you that. Can you hear me? Can you hear my
Yeah, but the
sound?
network is bad.
I
The
understand.
network is bad.
Yeah, because we hear you, but you can't hear me.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you clear, but I don't know why you can't hear me.
Yeah, it's the network. You know, we are in the rainy season here, so you know the weather.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So what do you want to do?
Yeah, the network.
So what you want to do, because if you can't hear me, it's going to be hard for us to communicate.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, I was asking you how long you said you was trotting Rastafari, because you were breaking up when you said that.
Yeah. Trotting Rastafari since my youth age in school, you know.
And how old were you? You said, like teenager or something?
Yeah. I was a teenager, you know. Trotting Rastafari. Yeah. So after school, me just lock up my head, you know. Yeah, Kongo Natty, you know.
Right.
So we came into Rastafari as a Black Power movement, you know.
Right.
Yeah, so I personally, my approach to Rastafari was, you know, as a response to slavery and colonialism, you know. So my approach to Rastafari was a response to slavery and colonialism, you know. But treading the journey somewhere along the line, Rastafari find itself, these, isms and schisms.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to go into some of them? You want to go into some of those isms and schisms that you come across?
Yeah, but not totally necessary at this time, you know.
No, I'm saying, do you want to mention some of the schisms that you said you started experiencing?
Yeah. You know, somewhere along the line, it's like, you know, this love for just these Judaic religions, you know. In Rastafari, you know. But I personally couldn't stuck on this religious thinking, you know. I just evolved, you know. Yeah, I just evolved, and that was my journey. I just evolved, you know, and just open myself into the African understanding, the African cosmology of understanding life.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah. That's what we cite in Rastafari.
So in your opinion, you think that Rastafari should indulge a little bit more into cosmology versus the Bible business all the time? I mean, they talk Bible all the time, but half of them not even living it. It's not uniting us. It's just a bunch of nonsense, you know? It's a bunch of feel good, caught up in your feelings and your emotions. You get mad because people say burn the Bible. You get mad because people say you don't need the Bible anymore. You know, the slave mentality is still there, whether they Rasta or not. The mentality is still there. Because
yeah. You know, Black people in general, you know, get caught up in this religious thinking, and you just can't move, you know. It's hard. It's hard for some people to just, you know, to just move forward.
Yeah, they like where they are.
Yeah.
It's like they like to live in their ignorance, you know.
They're comfortable. And
they're comfortable with being ignorant.
Yeah, And one
Really,
thing
they
is,
are.
it's sad Rastafari as a whole community fall victim in this, because of some religious thinking,
Mm-hmm.
But cosmology is the totality of everything, understanding yourself, life, why you are here,
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So that is what me experience in Rastafari, the levity,
Right, right.
Yeah.
So you think that Rastafari could expand better if they was to start taking on those teachings?
Yeah, of course, because
Because
Africa.
some of them think they okay, they all right with the Bible, and they have a high consciousness in it, and they don't need to do anything else, because if they let the Bible go, what else are they going to do? What else are they going to read?
Yeah.
I've heard those questions before. I even heard people say, well, Haile Selassie read the Bible. Haile Selassie said we should read the Bible. So they do it because they romanticize Haile Selassie so much that they feel they have to do it because he spoke about it,
Yeah. And
What do you think about that?
Haile Selassie's speeches about the Bible and Christianity, he was speaking to the religious world. He wasn't speaking to Africa. When Haile Selassie met African leaders, he didn't tell anybody about Christianity. He didn't tell anybody about Christ. It was a revolutionary spirit that linked up the African leaders with the emperor. It wasn't Christianity. The emperor could have said something in Ethiopia, which is important to the Ethiopians, but not necessarily important to me here. So when you say the emperor say, I don't know what was this thinking about the emperor say. The emperor says what? So aren't we human beings when it comes to the emperor? Again, can't we speak for ourselves? The emperor says read the Bible. Maybe he's speaking to the Ethiopians. Maybe he's not necessarily speaking to the Jamaicans or the Ghanaians.
Yeah, but they think
And the
he was
emperor.
talking to the world. They think he was telling the whole world to take on the Bible.
No. The emperor was not telling the whole world. No.
You don't think so?
No. I don't think the emperor was trying to tell the whole world, because I've read his speeches I've read many of his speeches. He states speeches when he travels abroad, when he meets Africa, especially African leaders. I've never heard of Haile Selassie speaking to the African leaders about Christ, about Christianity. No. It's development, oneness, unity. It's what the emperor speaks when it comes to the African consciousness. And when he's in his Christian seat, he speaks as a Christian. But when he's in his statesman, he speaks as a statesman. When he's in his African consciousness, he speaks as an African. So the emperor, there's so much of the emperor we could learn, not just Christianity. Christianity is just 2,000 years old. And Christianity is not an African thing, Yeah. So we can't hold up on all this Christianity because of the emperor's thing. No. We have to look into history,
That's basically what it's about. It's about Haile Selassie did and spoke about it. That's the excuses I hear, the ignorant excuses.
Yeah. Sometimes the elders love these Abrahamic religions. So when they hear Haile Selassie speak about, Christianity and Judaism and all these things, they get stuck on it. And we need to rise up out of that, out of this Judeo-Christian mindset, We need to rise up as Rastafari. Yeah, because there are many ways of looking at life, not only the Bible thinking. They have many ways, different many ways, especially African ways. There are so many African systems out there. Creation stories, you know. Our creation story is not the creation story of the Bible. No. In Africa, we deal with energies, you know, nature, herbs. Yeah, so we can't bow to the God of Israel. No. Africa has many energies, you know. It's energies we are dealing with now. Yeah, energies. Many energies, and we are all energies having a human experience. So we can't bow to the God of the Bible. No. And to me personally, Haile Selassie was not perfect as most of us think, as most racists think. Yeah, Haile Selassie was perfect. So when he says this, when he says that, you know, it's high time, you know, we look forward into history. We have to look forward into history. You know, get in tune with ourselves. Connect to the motherland, you know, connect to nature. Yeah.
But you see, they tie him into the Bible, though. They'll find him in the Bible and say, see, they're talking about his Haile Selassie. So that gives them more reason to cling on to the Bible and to cling on to him as some superpower, super hero type of thing, so to speak.
Yeah, because, you know,
because they can find him in the Bible.
Yeah, it's because of the concept of the Bible. You know, this concept of the Bible is about this God in flesh as the Christ, as the returned Messiah. So, to me, as a man in earth, with all these titles, King of Kings, Lion of Judah, the Rastaman compare these same titles to the Bible and got stocked up in the Bible and start validating Haile Selassie through it, you know. So, I don't really think, you know, Rastafari in general, you know, should get stacked up on the Bible. Even the Solomonic dynasty, it's something ceremonial, you know. Yeah. But I personally, I don't see Haile Selassie in the Bible. No. I personally don't see Haile Selassie in the Bible. No. I see Haile Selassie in his humanity. The works of Haile Selassie is what makes Haile Selassie great, not the Bible. Not finding Haile Selassie in no Bible. No, I didn't find Haile Selassie in no Bible. Yeah.
So you see him more as a statesman.
Yeah. Personally now, in my understanding in Rastafari, I look to him through the understanding of the kings, through the Nile Valley Kingdom, understanding of our ancient kings through the Nile Valley Kingdom, how we deify our kings when the king is good, you know. When the king is good, the people deify him. Yeah, so I'm looking to the emperor on that height, not the God of the Bible or Christ, you know.
You see, that's deep. That's deep because for years it has not been looked upon like that.
Yeah. I mean, we have many.
Find ways to pull him out of the Bible and connect it, and then that's their reason to, you know, be a part of the whole Bible Rasta thing. Because you got two types of Rasta. You got the African Rasta and you got the Christian Rasta.
Of course. You know, today I was speaking to Eru Mahat about, you know, same issues, you know. Yeah. Rastafari, you know, need to rise up. out of the Judeo-Christian mindset, Yeah, because if you see Haile Selassie through the Nile Valley kinship, order, yeah, that's how it's supposed to be, not a Bible thing.
Yeah, but some people do see him through the Nile Valley kingdoms, but they also connect that to the Bible. They also connect it to Israel, Africa and Israel.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. Because there's this sister in Bina, Congo, and she's put into fire the white Jesus, the the Mary statue, and the Bible. She's putting those 4 items in the fire. And I say all the time they need to burn the Bible. But you got ignorant people walking around here trying to find excuses not to burn the Bible and why they should hold on to the Bible and why the Bible is this great messenger for them to keep them in line. When you have your brothers and sisters on the continent in Bena, Congo,
I can't hear you.
Putting it on fire. Because they said that they know they were in the deep sleep. And they know that Belgian tricked them. And
I think the network.
Huh?
The network.
What do you mean?
Can't hear you out.
Oh, I hear you clear. I hear you very clear. I hear you very clear, brother. I think that's your side messing up. Let's see. Maybe it's streaming better. Okay, how's that? Can you hear
network.
Now? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the network,
Can you hear me now? Can you hear now?
Yeah, I can hear you, Empress.
Okay, so finish saying what you were saying.
Is that?
I say finish saying what you were saying, because you were speaking before you got cut off.
About the Nile Valley kinship.
Yes, thing that was saying before you couldn't hear me. I think I was talking.
I can't hear you.
The whole Israel and Africa. Yeah, I know your network is not working right. That's why you hear me, but we hear you on this side. That's what I'm trying to explain. Yeah, we hear you on this side. I don't know why you can't hear us.
Yeah, Empress, what's up? Can you hear me now?
What's up, brethren?
Yeah, Hotep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, we've been hearing you the whole time. It's you who can't hear us.
You said?
We can hear you the whole time. I said we hear you the whole time. It's you who can't hear us. It's your side not connecting.
Yeah, it's because of the network. We are in the rainy season here. The season, the weather.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
So yeah, you can finish. Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, so speaking of, so speaking about the Nile Valley kinship, Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. We're waiting for you to finish.
Yeah.
Yes, we hear you. We're waiting for you to finish.
You said?
We're waiting for you to finish because we hear you. We hear you. We're waiting for you to finish what you were saying.
Yeah, about the Nile Valley kinship.
Yes.
Yeah, so we need to come forward. We need to come forward in history, you know, and look at all the errors, you know, because, you know, there's so much errors in a Rastafari, you know, there's so much things in a Rastafari. We need to throw away religious thinking and mindset, you know. It's sad. Rastafari fall victim, you know. But I personally, I don't see the emperor through no Bible, you know. This time, this is no Bible thing, you know. It's spirituality we are defined, you know. You know, nature, cosmology we are defined now. Yeah. Are you there, Empress?
Okay. Yes, we're here. We're listening to you.
Yeah.
We're listening to you. You gotta get your network is messing up, but we hear you. You probably can't hear me, but I hear you.
Yeah. I can hear you. Yeah. So that's what we cite, you know.
Right.
You said?
So you have any suggestions what ones could do to bring them away from this Judeo-Christian thinking? You have any suggestions?
Yeah.
They think that there's nothing else to do. If they let the Bible go, they think there's nothing else to do. And these people are sick.
There's so much to do. There's so much to do.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much to do, Empress. We need to tap into our African, you know, consciousness, you know, cosmology.
You want to explain that?
You know, you said?
You want to explain what that is so people could understand what that is?
Come again?
You want to explain what cosmology is so people will know what it is?
I can hear you out.
I said, do you want to explain what cosmology is so people will know what it is? Yeah, the network is not working for you tonight. The network is really messed up because we hear him clearly. I don't have any problem making out what he's saying. You hear him with Sarah on your side?
Yeah, I hear him clearly, very clearly.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, but
that's
you know,
his connection.
Yeah, sometimes you have that when it comes to some African countries.
Right. Yeah. Like you got to have a strong connection to be able to stream clear. Yeah, so where you left off at, you can probably start from there.
Yeah, Empress, I can hear you now.
Yeah, so you can start off where you left off, where you were saying before the connection messed up.
Yeah, you were saying if some people still connect to the Nile Valley, they still think about this Israel connection.
Yeah, and I also was saying, what other suggestions do you suggest for them to do if they put the Bible down? What should they do now? Okay, they don't do the Bible anymore. What else do they need to do to exercise their brain to rebuild their spirit? Because you can't be on both sides of the fence. You can't say, "Oh, I'm so spiritual, but I'm caught up in these fake characters in the Bible. I'm spiritual, but I believe I can find Selassie in the Bible. I'm spiritual, but I need the Judaism in my life in order for me to survive." There got to be some other suggestions that you can give to people that they can take on besides this Bible. Because reading the Bible every day, all day, that gets boring out, you know, especially when they're not living it. A lot of them not even living it, but they so quick to quote stuff and say what Selassie said, all of that. I don't know if you're hearing me.
No, I can't hear you.
Yeah, so that's the question I was asking, basically.
I can't hear you still, Empress.
Yeah, I was just telling you, you
Can you hear me?
basically, you can finish speaking what you were saying.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
I
All
think
the
it's
time.
I think what he's saying is the African cosmology, the way our notion of how all things came into being. Yeah. Instead of the Judeo-Christian Adam and Eve story and the whole cursing Cain and all that.
Straight, yeah.
Yeah. So we have our own African cosmology that it really has to do with science and spirituality, but in the West it's polarized. You have biblical narrative or Judeo-Christian narrative, and you have science, evolution. So
yes, sir.
Like you have to choose. Excuse me?
Yeah.
Right. And I was basically saying, maybe you can explain to the listeners what is Kongo Cosmology.
Yeah. The Kongo Cosmology, yeah. Yeah. It's a nice, it's a nice approach to understanding life, Yeah, and various other African traditions have the same worldview, So I think it's called Dikenga. Yeah, Dikenga. Yeah. So it's this round circle with this cross inside, signifying the movement, of the souls. Same is fine in Kemet. The Kongo Cosmology, yeah, same is fine in Kemet, of how Ra goes through, yeah, and Kepra, they have all these different phases of the sun, going through rebirth, adult, childhood, and back into the ancestral world. Yeah.
Right, but I mean, is there like a more, how could I put it? Is there like other examples you can give? Because some people already know about Kemet and then maybe not be too interested in Kemet because they don't even understand Kemet cosmology. They don't even know what cosmology is. You understand?
Yeah. Of course. Yeah. So as I was saying, the Kongo cosmology is, another approach to understanding life, and it comes through like a cycle, and it's and in their mate, because they take, Africans, some Africans used to tell their stories through mythical stories, So in the mythical story of the Kongo cosmology, it defines we as, energies in human experience, energies in human body, having a human experience. Yeah. So they show you from the ancestral realm how life starts, through childhood, and you become adolescent and adult, you know, and old age, and back into the ancestral realm. Yeah. Yeah.
So is that their ancestral bloodline that they're gonna tap into?
You said?
Like their family? So that's their ancestral bloodline they're gonna tap into, right?
Yeah.
Like their grandparents, great grandparents, 7 generations before.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Because you see my name Nana. Nana means my grandfather. Yeah. Because when my father sent me to the family house and I see my grandfather, I'll call him Nana. And this same grandfather will also call me his Nana. Okay. Hope you understand. That means it's a repeating cycle. Yeah, it's a repeating cycle, something.
Right.
Yeah. So the cycle keep, repeating itself. So in the Dikenga, we have this cycle, like a circle with a cross, not a Christian cross, but with a cross differentiating, the cycle. It's called Dikenga. Yeah, I think that's the name, Dikenga. And we have the ancestral realm, and we have the earth. We have this physical realm, So cosmology, cosmology is a whole lot, which Rastafari need to tap in,
So the cross that you're talking about, that's the original cross?
The Kenga?
Yes.
Yeah. That I think that's the name, the Congo name for it. Yeah, the Kenga.
And repeat that again. What you said it represents. What did it represent again?
It represents, phases of life cycle. Yeah, because they show you the ancestral realm, and they show you the physical realm, and they show you the movement, of the human from all these different stages, from the childhood to adolescent, to an adult, to old age, and back into the ancestral realm. And I was giving you an example of my name, Nana. Nana means grandfather. So when my father sent me to my grandfather, I will call him Nana. And this same grandfather will also call me Menana. That means it's a repeating cycle, of understanding life, ancient understanding of life, So we have different ways of looking at life, especially in our African understanding of life, not the Bible. The Bible says God created us, and it's, we're not in that in Africa. Cosmology, we deal it in Africa. Yeah.
Yeah, that's for some people. That's for some Africans, because a lot of Africans are following the traditions. Some of them is caught up in Christianity and Islam, like it's a drug.
Like here in Africa?
No, I said that's only for some Africans. A lot of Africans now, they're caught up in Islam and Christianity like it's a drug.
Yeah. It's like it's in their blood, it's in their DNA, they can't let go of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So is there anything else you want to share with us about the cosmology?
Yeah,
Something that you
cosmology is
think others
important.
need to know?
Yeah. Rastafari need to, tap into, with our African spiritual system, And, when you speak to a Rastafari brethren, who reads the Bible, they demonize all our African traditions, like how the Christians demonize, all our African tradition. I wonder what he must say. Because as a
Right.
Rastafari, you demonize all our African traditions and say you only deal with the Jewish history, the Ethiopian Jewish history. I think many Ethiopians too many don't know the history of Ethiopians, because I think that the history of Ethiopia is Jewish history. Yeah, it's not the original Ethiopian history. I know my brother Heru Mahatu will agree with me on that.
Yeah, well, Ethiopian history is a mix. It's there's the Oromo, and there's the people coming from across the Red Sea, and there's the Jews coming in. So it's a whole mix, especially in Ethiopia.
Of course, a whole mix.
So the history of Ethiopia is quite a distinct history apart from Africa, because they have ancient Christianity, and Christianity is still a foreign religion, a foreign concept, but Africanized.
The people Africanized it,
And as in Africanizing it, many got the sense that it was original. But even I say, from the Gospels, they didn't come from Ethiopia. He says
it came to Ethiopia.
Yeah, the story goes with the Ethiopian who was born. And there's the story of, which I think is the actual historical story of Prometheus and Odysseus, and Frumentius becoming the first, I think, bishop.
Yeah, the Greek brothers.
And they began following. But when you said the Kongo cosmogram in the from coming from the Congo, that diagram relates to everything in existence, the cycle of everything in existence.
Of course.
And as you said, we have Earth, which is Kepra in Kemet, and in the Congo it's Kala, and then they have Tukala, which is Ra, and then Luvemba, or what you call Atum, and that is the death or decimation of the physical, journey. And then you enter, as you said, the dwellings of the ancestors, the ancestral realm, which is the unseen. Unseen realm. So right now we find the Europeans searching for that unseen spark, that thing that animates. That's what CERN is about. And the European has been constantly seeking for spirit, seeking for rhythm, also seeking for color. But we who have been here for millions of years, we have these things naturally. So, especially the oldest of us, which are the San people, So, our cosmology really has to do with understanding that there is another realm, which is the realm of cause, the realm of causation. And most of our African concepts are pivoted or centered on that spiritual, that invisible, powerful That's source. So that's and of course we have the languages like in the Congo there is less gender gender related speech. Like in the European language, they have him, her, hers, his, So in that language, in Congo, there's not that separation between gender as much. So it's a whole different way of thinking, and compared to the Judeo-Christian narrative, it's quite the opposite. Especially speaking of a god of war, a god of destruction, a god of fury, a god of bigotry. This is not African, because the African concept was a xenophilic character, welcoming strangers, generosity, and it was actually our generosity that got us into the mess we're in today.
Yeah.
So as opposed, when we speak of the Kenga, we're speaking of the cycle of life of everything that is being. It must have a birth, a maturity, a death, and a rebirth. And you can apply that to every aspect of your life, your business, everything, your children, everything. And if you always have this in mind, you will live a more fruitful life. Whereas many of us in the West live a life like we know death is coming, but we put it off. We put it off until the very last minute. But from the day you're born, from the day you come to an awareness, you should know that there is a time that you will be transcending. And that,
of course,
that will more drive you to have goals and purpose, and to fulfill your own destiny with the greater self, which is your community.
Yeah.
And our power really greater self. The next thing in the African cosmology, the community plays a much bigger role than the Judeo-Christian whole aspect of family. Because when you watch family in Judeo-Christian mythos, you have you have incest, you have betrayal, you have lies, you have murder, so you have all this going on within family. Persons cheating each other out of their inheritance. So we have a lot of the very things the Bible preaches are the very things the patriarchs of the Bible, they go against. And the God of the Bible, the God of the Bible is more related to a people of hunger and thirst. A nomad people that travel, and there is no real civilization, And where they found civilization was in ancient Egypt, in Kemet. That's where they found it, and that's where they got from there. Then they went out trying to build something.
Yeah.
So Rastafari are the vanguards, especially in the Caribbean. Rastafari are the vanguards of African culture. We did not start out as a intellectual pursuit. We started off on a spiritual foundation of seeking our African self.
Yes, I.
Beyond colonization. And in that search, we ended with Haile Selassie the First, who was the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, as spoke of in the Bible, conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, born in Ethiopia. Born in Ethiopia. So there are similarities that you cannot ignore.
They find them there.
Especially if the Bible was your only tool against oppression. And then we hear of this great king of Ethiopia, you know, that fought against the Italian Mussolini. And when you hear Italy, of course, you hear of Rome. So all this kindled within the Rastafari a fire of redemption and reparation. But it was still leaning on your idea of divinity, that it lies outside of yourself.
Isis.
And that a next person having more power bestowed on them than you by the Almighty, which would make that Almighty partial. He would be not a God of impartiality. So if God is an equal God, then all man should have the same powers, the quality and essence of the divinity within them.
Isis.
So the revelation of Haile Selassie was a great revelation, because it took us away from the capitalist system, which is the modern day religion. Because there are really no Christians anymore. There are really no Christians anymore. Capitalism is the religion, and money is the God.
Straight up.
But so religion in itself has become a business. Because in this time, all things that were held sacred and held a little essence of virtue, the last drop, right now it's dry, because capitalism, everything is for profit and for dollar. So a lot of things we have to speak about in Rastafari, as Rastafari, in regards of our approach to all this revolution of our African knowledge. We pick pieces. Do we accept the good and the bad? Do we use it in this modern time? Can we use it in this modern time? What are the pitfalls of Christianity? These are the things man have to sit around and reason about, not argue, not even debate, because them thing there you cannot really debate, because there are undeniable facts. There are undeniable facts. There really is no debating thing about it. Because as we spoke of the cosmology, Rastafari started in a search for our African self, and that search is nowhere yet over. Because we are just starting to relearn what it really is to be an African. those on the continent, those in the diaspora, we all went to what we call missionary schools or secular schools that still teach European propaganda.
Straight European curriculum, you know.
And the Africans are not taught in their own languages. You know? So the African on the continent has a great disconnect, though they're near, but yet still they're so far because of colonization. Now, the Africans in the Caribbean were intended to be used by the Europeans to be the stewards of the African countries that were coming out of independence.
Right,
So,
right.
yeah. So ones like Marcus Mosiah Garvey was very instrumental coming from Jamaica. You know, then you have Blyden. Blyden was also very instrumental. But Blyden, in the end, was an unfortunate case because he came up against Christianity and Islam in Africa, and the fervor the people had for these two religions. In the end, he stood with imperialism, you know, because of this. He himself being what you call a classicist. He loved he what he read was European classics. So he himself was ignorant to a lot of African knowledge we have right now at our fingertips. So we, as Rastafari, we tend to often crystallize our heroes and not realize that time has passed. Things we know now today, they did not know.
Of course, of course, of course.
So we cannot afford to retard ourselves in their memories.
Yes, I.
So we have to be able to grow and evolve and adapt to the information we receive. You know, take the good and leave the negative. You know, yeah, take the good and leave the bad. That's what we do. But it's only the European that claimed to know God, that claimed to know what no human can comprehend. It's only the European that had the audacity to claim that he knew God and that God chose him to choose him. The African never
It sounds
argued
like
over
some
that.
wind coming through somebody's mic. Sorry, we're sorry, but it sounds like some wind is coming through the mic or something. I don't know whose side that's
Kwame,
coming from.
it's Nana Kwame. Nana Kwame, you can mute. You can mute Nana Kwame.
What's up?
Yeah. Yeah, I was saying you can mute. Sometimes there's wind and noise on your end.
Yeah.
So you can mute sometimes if you're not speaking.
Okay.
So, yeah, what I was saying is that our experience in the Caribbean as Rastafari was a very powerful revelation for us who were scattered fragments, longing to become a whole again with our African family. You know, and we got Rastafari in my case. When I found Rastafari, it was a revelation. I could not resist because everything was lining up. But that was, of course, because of my limited information. With limited information, of course, you make limited choices. So now with more information, then you have a more variety of choices you can make. And you can make the best one. You know? So that is what I think about Rastafari and our African spiritual system, which is more about psychology and understanding where we are, who we are, what time it is, what we are to do, what is our destiny. You know, these things you cannot find in Christianity. In Christianity, our ancestors are butchered, you know, and all we have is a God and the devil and the saints, you know. But we as Africans know that the only way to the divine is through that rope that must never be broken, the ancestral rope, you know.
For
That's the
real.
part.
Isis.
Yeah, I definitely wanted to get deep into the Kongo cosmology because I don't feel like the listeners are getting a clear understanding of it. You understand? Especially if you're trying to tell somebody to leave the Bible alone or to leave religion and they don't know what to do once they do that. They have to
Yeah.
understand what they're going to get into, you know, and if they don't have a clear understanding of what they're getting ready to get into, they're not going to do it. They're going to stay where they are because they're comfortable and they know what they know where they are.
Yeah.
Well,
They're not going to be enthused to want to step outside of their box because they don't even have a good understanding of what they're trying to step outside into.
yeah,
So
well,
when we say Kongo cosmology through Rastafari, we got to be able to bring their minds to a certain heights and explain it to them so they can see and feel the resonation of that, you know, like it resonates with them. If
well,
it's
the
not
Congo,
resonating with them, they're not leaving the Bible. I'm telling you that now. And we
well, you
have to
see,
make it resonate. We have to give detailed examples, you know?
True.
well, yes, it's not easy to uh, awaken someone that's deeply asleep. You
Of course.
know? And if you wake somebody that's in deep sleep, prepare for a fight. You know? So,
Of course.
so
Not even
in
fight you.
Bigger
They will
fight.
kill you, Star. They will kill you.
so in the Congo
They will put you
cosmology,
6 feet in the grave.
as Nana Kwame said, the Congo cosmology and the Kemetic cosmology are practically one and the same. You know, it started. It's creation in, well, we have different, of course, cosmologies, different stories, but
Yeah, I know what you mean.
it all comes back to the same thing, that the creating force itself came from the same place everything comes from. So that creative force is part of everything, including you yourself. You
Mm-hmm.
see, the power is within you to make a difference and make a change, instead of following someone outside of you and relying on that person to do the work for you. So in the Congo cosmology,
Yeah,
the
that's all.
formation, we have the Earth. The Earth is actually the first fully matured planet in our system. It has passed the red stage. It has passed the gray stage, and it is right now a planet that can give life. Now, the human being, the Muntu, is by creation a helper. So the whole
Naturally.
so the whole system of cosmology is in a whole communal formation, and we have the invisible realm and we have the physical realm. Example, in the circle Nana was speaking about, the half of the circle is your physical life. The bottom half is your spiritual journey and with the ancestors, and coming once again with the oneness of this whole experience. And then you are reborn again to fulfill a certain destiny. But it's not your individual, it's not your individual destiny. That destiny is in line with the destiny of your entire people. So you cannot separate our spirituality from our culture. You cannot go back to Africa with a Christian mindset, because you'll find people in so many different perspectives when it comes to who is God, what is God, that there cannot be any argument as to what or who is God. But it's known that that divinity is unknowable and unseen. And then you have the physical manifestation in the world of duality. But that oneness we speak of, that oneness, that divinity, is unknowable. That's why we call it the Amen, which is the hidden. But we know the emanations of that invisible nature. And these emanations we call Necheru, the Orishas, the Lua. And this is what we revere and also study. So it's not about going to something like everything is there already. We're still relearning our African traditions and our African history, and how the people in our past who did the most incredible things with their environment, where did it come from? What state of thinking? What mentality? It didn't come from a Judeo-Christian mindset, all that greatness that we want to emulate. It came from animism. It didn't come from monotheism. It came from animism. This is the oldest spiritual system on earth. Christianity is yesterday.
Of course.
Because we've been here as Homo sapiens for 300,000 years. The Cro-Magnon, which is the European, the first ancestor of the European, has been there for what? 25,000 years. So if you compare 300,000 to 25,000, look at the gap. Oh, look at that gap. So we did so much, but
of course,
it's the season of forgetfulness. So right now we are remembering. We dare not let the Bible keep us in this obscurity. You know? We dare not let the Bible keep us in confusion and keep us away from getting that wisdom of ancient Africa, you know? And even recent Africa, because there's a lot to learn from all our great ancestors, what they went through. They have a lot to teach us about our society, about ways and means, about silence, you know, being very, being able to maneuver in the system. So African spirituality is no way near the Judeo-Christian, or I should just say religion, Western religion. Western religion is more of a fantasy, you know. It's nothing that was developed through observations, through science.
Yeah.
You know, it was just what we call divine revelation. So people would just say they're inspired by God. You know? Whereas in ancient Africa, the knowledge which came to you through sayings, you know, through poems, these were filtered and verified through a line of ancestors before it went through, before it came to you. You know?
Yeah.
And of these sayings, the youths would be initiated. They would know about the leopard, they would know about the plants, they would know about the seasons through these sayings, these proverbs of Africa. You know? So we dare not let Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John stand between us and the Tahotep. Forgive me. Who again? Angshishan, Pepe. You know, we have so many sages. You know, so we should replace the Bible with sayings of our ancient ancestors who have very profound sayings, very, very profound sayings. You know, and read more African authors. You know, try to learn one or two African languages. You know,
very important.
Yeah, all these things are very important for we as Africans, because you are only as great as you see yourself in. If you see yourself as a religion, as a cult of Judaism, a Christian sect, an African Christian sect, then that will be the manifestation of who you are. You will become what you think of yourself. But if then
exactly,
you know
exactly,
you know, it's the scope on how, because when I entered Rastafari, I was seeking, and in Rastafari I was always seeking still. You know, I was always seeking still, because I mean, Haile Selassie, okay, Haile Selassie is the Almighty, but I don't expect Haile Selassie to be my personal tutor, my personal teacher.
mm-hmm.
You know, so I stayed on my journey of gaining more and more knowledge, you know, being more African, you know, and then I came to the revelation that, or the realization that Haile Selassie, the King of Kings, was God. When I say God, I mean a man of power. I simply mean a man of power. I would not say Haile Selassie created earth, stars, moon. You know, that's a little bit That's a little
Yeah,
bit going too
that's going
far.
overboard.
Yeah, that's a little big
Hmm.
because mortals have limitations. You know, we have our limitations and we know our limitations. You know, so there are laws that we cannot trespass, and these are divine laws of the cosmos. And as we were talking about the Kongo cosmogram, if you go back to the Kongo cosmogram, you'll know that if Haile Selassie had a birth, of course he would have to have a death and a rebirth, as everything else in creation. You know?
Exactly.
So when I weighed that, then I said, all right, then I have a lot more to learn about my African history. I remember my first book was as a youth, as a young Rastaman. I never wanted to be the Ras that the bald head would make a shame. You know, I put locks on my head. I become an outcast of society. For
Street.
what? For what? Can't get a
Mm.
girlfriend. Can't get a job. For what? So I wanted to have the answers. So I read my Bible incessantly. I read it from cover to cover because I
Me
wanted,
too.
yeah,
I'm
I wanted it inside of me. I wanted the Psalms inside of me.
right.
I wanted to regurgitate it on just, like you pull a book off a shelf. And I used to look throughout many places to elders and I wanted the books, I wanted a book to read. Now, this is before internet. So definitely before
Right.
Amazon and all these things there. So I was looking for books and I met this Rastaman and he lent me my first book was I think Ethiopia and Ethiopians. It was a book about how the Greeks the ancient Greeks looked onto Ethiopians. How Zeus was his last name, if it was Ethiops, his face, he had a black face and he dwelt with the Ethiopians. So that was a very nice book. I was very interested. Then my second book was
Mhm.
Haile Selassie's War by Anthony Mockler. And that book was a description of the entire war with he and Mussolini, you know. And in that book, I saw the first picture of Haile Selassie standing with Mussolini, the only picture they ever took together. So that was a nice book, and that set me on my journey. But my my how should I say it? My my inclination to certain books was based specifically on Haile Selassie, Ethiopia. I wasn't learning about Africa,
Right.
you know. So I broadened it. I met my cousin, who is my teacher, and he introduced me to Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark, Ivan Van Sertima, J. Rogers, so many different authors. And I began to drink and drink and drink and drink and drink. And he himself was very biblical at once. I think we all start off with the Bible. So I don't think we should um, be too hard on the Bible because it was our springboard. It was our springboard, which led us to different realms. You know, but I don't think.
Well, we have a sister in the Congo who was put the Bible in the fire. Second, just a few weeks ago. with the Jesus picture, the Bible, the rosary, and the statue of Mary.
Well, you see, in Africa, it's different.
So
In Africa,
That's going hard to me.
yeah. Well, in Africa, it's different. It's different in Africa.
Hard because they've been.
We're breaking up.
What you say?
Oh, I said you were breaking up, but I was saying that in Africa, the people have their own indigenous culture all around them. We in the West, we had forgotten so much, and Christianity played a certain role to keep families together. You know, that's why, as you were saying, if we take the Bible, we have to give them something better. You know. Now,
yeah, that's why the sister put it in the fire, because she said that it put them to sleep for a long time. Not only then, they put the Western side of the world asleep too. Bring anybody families together. People have their children out for Christianity. If their child don't want to go to church or their child don't want to be saved, they disown their children.
that's true.
So I mean, a stepping stool, yeah. But I understand why they're doing that. Because if you don't put fire on that, you're going to still keep clinging to it. Because you're going to keep remembering, oh, it helped me get to this point. It helped me get that point. When it really didn't. It really didn't. Your teacher told you that. Your teacher to go put you out, to take you out of that. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
But I get your point. I get your point, but I just don't see. I don't see how it could still be a catalyst to anything. Well, because remember, they started on Africa first with the brainwashing. If Africa could burn it, we could burn it, and it started there first before it hit the Western world. So if they could do it, why we can't do it? Well, and they had their history intact. They had their culture, but they still took on the next man religion.
Well, you see, I'm talking about.
Now they're burning it. They're rid of it now.
I'm talking about deprivation. Mm-hmm. Deprivation, mm-hmm. and utter degradation. So,
right,
we were a very, very destroyed people. We were very destroyed, you know. So, for instance, say for instance, my mom. My mom, she holds certain values and principles which she got from the priest and the pastor, isn't it? Okay. Now, these values and these principles.
And her grandmother, yeah.
Yeah. There was still an essence of virtue in what they took, because these are African people, you know. But I'm speaking of a time, like I said, of deprivation. But now is not a time of deprivation. Now is a time of abundance. So, right now is the time for us to seek for our information. It's available. When we speak of Blyden and Garvey, and the information wasn't available. Because if the information was available, trust me, they would use it. You know? So right now the information is available. Yes, you can say burn the Bible, because the information.
But not everybody wants to use it.
The information is available, so what's its use? Because what it is,
it's available, but people are still rejecting it. You know what I mean? It's available, but people reject it.
Well, you know, everything, you see, time is something. To master time, you have to have patience. And it's already falling apart. The mere fact that we are having so many discussions, and not only us, many other brethren and sisters, about releasing
Mhm.
that foreign religion, it's only destined to happen. It's just a matter of who jumps on that boat first and who waits till that boat is long gone. So that's all it's about right now. Because we're only one thing we're seeking is the truth. We're not seeking for power over other people. We're seeking for just one thing, and that's the truth.
Mhm.
You know, and if you're honest with yourself, you'll know that the path is already set there. You know, the path has been revealed. The elders cleaned the path for us. They cleared the path for us. Now we have to be brave enough to walk it.
Yeah, that's true. You sure have to be brave enough to walk it.
Yeah, you have to be brave enough to walk the path the elders have cleared. You know, so that means we have to read their works, because the battle we're fighting, it will not end with us. We have the young ones coming up,
Oh no.
you know, because
Mm-hmm.
that's the thing about Christianity. Christianity is so individualistic. It will, it will make you develop concepts which are based strictly about self and nothing about community. What do you teach your children? You know,
Right.
what do you teach your daughter? Because if you follow Judeo
Exactly.
Christianity, there are certain principles you would have to teach your daughter that would make her subservient to men. You know, so you just have to put down the book and look into our African culture and our African system. We don't have to feel like we must know everything. Life is about learning.
Exactly.
Life is about learning, and
Mm.
it's not really about the information, it's about virtue. It's about your heart, you know. But the the the,
Let me
the
see if it's back in.
where where information comes into play is when you decide you're gonna pass it on. You know? Because a lot of people will say, okay, that's what you believe, okay, that's what you believe, all right, that's what you believe, that's you. But when it comes to pass down information,
Mm-hmm.
you want to be truthful, you know? So it no longer relates to your own personal concepts. What you teach to the next generation, it has to be truthful. You know? So Christianity,
Exactly.
that's where Christianity fails. You would have to be passing on down junk, you know, to your child, you know. But you yourself, as an adult, has learned to just use Christianity as a change of clothes. It's not something you really believe in, but to fit in, to have friends, to have a good life amongst these lost people. You'll wear it like a clothes, you know, because most people that are Christians, they never read the Bible.
Yeah, they let the pastor read it for them.
Yeah, they're not very interested in spirituality and philosophy and the history of religion, and these people are not interested in that, you know. So it's a whole play on just emotions. That's why it's belief, because belief doesn't lie on knowledge; it lies basically on emotions. And the pastor now will use emotions as a medium of foreign exchange. So he would capitalize on your emotions and make money out of it. You know? And deep within, he knows that whatever you tell your subconscious mind, it will believe. Your subconscious mind takes everything you tell it as reality. And once you understand psychology, once you understand Kemetic philosophy, you will understand psychology, and you will know the power of the different aspects of your being, the will, you know, the divine intelligence, the emotions, you know, the memory, you know.
And then they understand more. They understand more how their mind and their spirit and their heart work together.
Yeah,
you know, they really start seeing the difference between, oh, I have this knowledge, but on the other side, somebody else may just have belief and faith. And their belief and faith is so strong that they convert it into their own knowledge and they make it their wisdom. You know, in psychology, they call it an egregore. It's called the egregore in psychology, where your belief system is so strong that even when the truth is presented to you, you can't believe it. And this is psychology now coming up with this word. And you know who they say mostly suffer from this egregore? Religious people.
Yeah.
So that's why I say this religion thing altogether has to go to the fire, because it starts messing with your mind. You start believing in things that's not true, and you convince yourself it's real.
Real illusions.
And that's it. And when somebody comes to you with proof, you either want to kill them, you want to fight them, you go in complete denial, even with the proof presented to you. You see Dr. Ray Hagen, who used to be a pastor? His mother stopped talking to him for a long time because he broke away from the church. His own mother, his fiance, threw the engagement ring back at him and said that he was a devil worshiper. So it can't be bringing nothing together, because if you're not following what I'm following, then I don't want nothing to do with you. If you don't believe what I believe, you don't believe in Jesus, you don't believe in the Word of God, you don't believe in the Bible, then they think you crazy. They start using their own ignorance to make you sound ignorant. You get what I mean? They use their own ignorance to make you sound ignorant, and try to make you sound ignorant, because it won't work. They can try all they want, but this is the effort that they put forth. And they really convince themselves that they're the smart ones and you're the ignorant ones.
Yeah.
Because the egregore has kicked in now. It's embedded in their genetics. It's in their DNA now. So now they believe this. No matter how much proof you give them. You can tell them they can study Kongo Cosmology. They don't need to read the Bible anymore. You had enough of the Bible. Try Kongo Cosmology. They will say, no, I can find that in the Bible. And then they'll start talking about when one of the characters was speaking about astronomy. And they'll link that to that. And the egregore and the sickness goes on and on and on. It doesn't stop. Now, psychology came up with this egregore term. It's not me making this up. All right. But Dr. Ray Hagen is not only was he a pastor, he also studied psychiatry and psychology. So he studied the mind and how belief through religion messes up the mind, and how strong and powerful the mind can be when you strongly believe something, even if it's not real. But your mind can strongly believe it so much that you will create that reality. So that sister we see burning the Bible and the Jesus and the Mary statue and the rosaries, she's up. She's not under egregore anymore. Her belief is no more her knowledge and wisdom. You get what I mean? So trying to hold on to it and say, well, it did get me to this point, it get me to that point. Not really. It really didn't get you to that point. You chose to break away from it. That's how you got to the point you got to. Or someone came and put in your ear, no, this is not right. There's Adam and Eve is not the first people on the planet. And then you start seeing and finding out that is true. I mean, that's just my point of view from it. That's how I see it. I think that this is a revolutionary, liberational time that's happening right now. And when we're seeing this happening on the continent, and I was just talking about putting it in the fire key a few weeks ago, and now here she comes on July 2nd, giving reverence to Kempavita. Kempavita was burned alive by the Belgians because of religion. So she said, I am Kempavita now. I'm resurrecting Kempavita, and I'm burning this religion because y'all had us asleep for a very long time. She's not saying, but I'm going to hold on to it because it did do some justice. She's not saying that, brethren. We got to let that thing go 100%, or we're going to still stay in this egregore. I don't see how people use the Bible to wake anybody up when it's there to put you to sleep. That sister was speaking strong words, brethren. We got an ancestor from the 16, 17, 1800s, Kempavita, resurrected herself through this woman. I can't deny her. I'm not going to deny her over holding on to a Bible or giving credit to where I am right now. I'm not going to do that because Kempavita was burned at the stake because of religion. I think Pedro the Fourth or Pedro the Fifth is the one who burnt her at the stake. They took her to a place called Evolulu, and that's where they burned her at. Because they was jealous that she was a shaman and a prophetess, and she would travel outside of her body and go into the heaven realms and speak with the angels and the gods and the ancestors and come back and give them the messages. And the Catholic Church couldn't handle that. They couldn't handle that strong power that she had. So they had to put her to death because she had people following her. People was believing in her, and they was like, yes, I like this side more than I like this religion stuff. And Pedro put a stop to that. So I can't disappoint Kempavita for the sake of King James. I just can't do it anymore. I can't do it. And I might lose friends. I really don't care. I really don't care at this point. You don't even have to like me. I don't care if you don't like me anymore. You can go kick rocks for all I care. Go finish reading your silly ass Bible. Because Kempavita resurrected again on July 2nd when they persecuted her at the stake of fire. July 2nd. This woman in the Congo, Bena Congo, all right, rose her up again and said, I am Kempavita. And you had her sleep for a long time. I'm putting your rosaries in the fire. I'm putting your Mary statue that you said was the mother of the world. She's not the mother of the world. You lied to us. You Europeans lied to us. These rosaries you said was to use them to pray for protection. It was not protection. It was to punish us. And the picture of Jesus went in the fire. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Was one supposed to say, no, don't burn the Bible because it brought me to a certain point in my consciousness? It don't make sense. And when Dr. Reagan broke down the egregore, what it does to the mind, and then I see this Empress in the light of Kempavita burning it, and I was just talking about burning it. Always say put it in the fire, and then I hear one say don't put it in the fire. Oh, don't put it in the fire. It's supposed to be conscious. It's coming to be a joke right about now. The Bible is making a joke of people. Some of these people, I don't even want them to be my friend anymore. I don't want them to be my friend anymore with Sarah and Nana and David. I don't want them to be my friend anymore, listeners. Because Kempavita, she showed you how it's supposed to be done.
Yes, I.
And we still trying to mystify the Bible and mystify His Majesty. His Majesty is a Mason from the Knights Templar. You know what I'm saying? He didn't just stay in the Bible. He also was a Mason. The
Yeah,
Knights
yeah, yeah.
Templar is
His
a black
Majesty.
organization. That's a European
Yeah,
organization, Nana. Come on
yeah,
now, we
yeah,
gotta
yeah, yeah.
think here.
Yeah, yeah. His Majesty was amazing. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, you see, the thing is that being a people without a history, without a concept of self, remember all that was stolen. We didn't have a language, we didn't have anything. So what we did, we borrowed another people's worldview. That was
Judaic-Christian.
all.
Yeah.
That was all that was available to us.
Yeah. Judaic-Christian.
And many of our ancestors died using that thing. You know. Now, the fragmentation we see right now is because of that very same book. That's what has
All I'm saying.
divided. That's what has divided not only black people but the entire world. The whole concept of a divine force which has a chosen people. The
Children of Israel.
The chosen people, of course, are the original people. Because from the original people, you have everybody coming out from the original people. You know? So, the problem we face right now is that the people have been trained to hate African spirituality, to dislike anything to do with African epistemology, the idea of knowing, you know. So
yeah,
my experience on my little island in St. Lucia, there are people that will tell you they're not African. And if you say you're African, they tell you, well, go back Africa. And these people look exactly like
gone already.
These people look exactly like the people in Africa. So
yeah, those people are gone. You're not getting away with them.
That is why sometimes I call this place an asylum. You know?
Of course, a madhouse.
And when it's carnival time, they come out with all the grand costumes. And they say, these are the Orishas. And they go into African culture. And they talk about African spirituality. And some of it is accurate. But the whole ambience, the whole environment is a rum drinking, orgy, no spirituality, looseness, what they call it, licentiousness, nihilism, all that going on. And that's when we choose to connect to Africa. So I was asking, so where is the Jesus Christ band? If you are always speaking of the Orishas in Carnival, where is the Jesus? But they dare not have a Jesus Christ band in Carnival. So that is to just show you how disconnected we are and how we hold up the white man's religion and the whole concept of the symbol of this divine nurturing force is a dead man nailed on a cross. You know, so the whole as you were saying about the cross, the first cross had to do with that exact cosmogram. You know, the number four relating to the earth plane. You know, that's why in alchemy and in science they call it a square. You know, and the circle represents the never-ending universe. So that 4 represents birth, maturity, death, and rebirth. But for the Christian, it represents death. The whole idea of somebody will come and die for your sin. So the whole concept of divinity, they put it on Haile Selassie. So they have a lot of different versions. They have the version of Selassie is Jesus Christ returned. They have a next version of Haile Selassie is Jesus' father. Yes, there's many different concepts.
You see what I mean? You see what I'm talking about? You see?
It's because of the Bible.
You see the psychology? Yeah, you see what the psychology that's going on right now? They're gonna find him in the Bible.
Yeah,
because
they're gonna make what's not real.
You see, the thing is the materialization of our spiritual concepts. The European could not grasp that level of thought. So they had to make everything something physical, something, they made the Christ consciousness into a physical character. And they embellished it with different qualities of the different gods that were around at the time. And they created that deity. And that deity they created, right now that deity has a certain amount of power. You could say the deity Jesus Christ is the most powerful deity on earth right now. And that's why the European is the most powerful one on earth right now. Now, as soon as people let go of Jesus Christ, the European power will fade. So this is really African concept. Because we don't give honor and reverence to our nature, then we become weak. Because in that concept of our nature comes our entire culture, our entire way of living, our entire divinity, our entire world perspective. So once we stick to the Jesus Christ thing, then we will always be divided. Because Jesus Christ himself said, my God, why have you forsaken me? So if God could forsake his only begotten son, why wouldn't he forsake you? So
they're not thinking that far. And they're not rationalizing like you just rationalized it.
No. So that God is constantly asking people to worship their firstborn. He himself offers his firstborn.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me let you finish. Oh, sorry, Wasar. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying. I was just trying to get that going before.
Yes, so we have an individualized deity. An individualized deity that has a chosen people, and amongst those chosen people has a chosen individual. And that individual can kill, rape in his name. So it's the whole psychology of the European world perspective.
Right.
So we don't disagree.
Right.
We don't disagree with burning the Bible. But
No, I didn't think you did. I understood your point. You're trying to look at it from the person on the outside looking in perspective. They may
that
just
does
need a little bit more time to let go.
they don't, because I always say that some of us have been seeking for our origins before we came in this life. It has been a
Yeah.
constant. It has been a constant few generations trying to put together the fragments that we discovered when we came. You know, so some of us are trapped in the European paradigm of individualism, which really leads to capitalism and the fragmentation of the entire world. So it ends up doctors become killers, you know, teachers become how you say it, um, persons leading their people or telling lies, you know,
Right.
the landlord putting out the tenant, you know, the doctor giving you poison. So capitalism, which comes from the idea of individualization, each man for himself and God for us all.
That
The
don't even
whole
sound right.
the whole idea of capitalism is at its essence very Christian. All of the elements that founded the New World, what the Europeans call the New World, and they say they discovered. It was Protestantism and Christianity that built this New World with the Portuguese, the French, the Spanish, the Dutch, the British, the Swedes, even. And they all came with this idea that God chose them, you know. Whereas, as long from time you're born, you're chosen, you know. So we really need to go beyond the Solomonic thing and modern day Ethiopia, and you know, because certain Rasts used to say, from time they find out Haile Selassie is the Almighty, they're seeking for nothing again.
Yeah.
That's the end of seeking. Is just praise Haile Selassie first, and there's no seeking again after that.
Most
Because
races, you know.
Yeah, they
yeah,
stop
but
right there.
you found
It
out
stops
who
right there.
you found out who the Almighty was, or who the Almighty is. So what's the reason to learn anything again? Now this is the whole concept of a Eurocentric concept, because the Almighty is unknowing. So you live your entire life because you're born in amnesia. You're born into amnesia. And if not for your ancestors, if not for your parents, the society, then you wouldn't know a thing. So this is the rope I was speaking of. I'm not speaking of divine revelation. I'm speaking of traditions, concepts, folklore that was handed down by ancient ancestors. This is the power of Africa.
Yeah,
And this
man.
and this is where the modern African, the youths of Africa, need to return to. But
Yes, I.
to return to that place, it will take a lot of unity, you know. And the way Christianity and Islam has a hold on Africa, it will be very hard, you know. So the youths them have to keep themselves inspired and read, because Africa has a lot of literature. Our whole history is about revolution. Our recent history, a lot of it is about revolution. You have
Sorry.
Cabral, Sobukwe, we have Niobe, we have so many great Africans, and Kuma, and these guys wrote. So it's good for the youths to read their work, and not want to be westernized. Even though maybe the girls maybe the girls like the westernized African more than the indigenous minded African. So we have a lot of levels when we have to analyze that great shift that must happen. So if Nana can tell us about how the young Rastafari and your views are accepted amongst the females, or are there a lot of Rastafari females that are in for building an empire? I laugh at that. But I would like to know that,
You have
because
to laugh to keep from crying.
I know my experience in St. Lucia. I know my own experience. So I want to know about the experience of a young Rastaman coming up in Africa, trying to seek for his origins. What's the reception?
Yeah. It's kind of different here, And the women, I don't even know what to say. But the women, there are not too much women in Rastafari, in the Rastafari movement here. There are not too much women. Yeah. Was that what you were asking?
Yes, and those that are not Rastafari,
Sound like it's breaking up.
how do they look at the young Rastaman?
Yeah, man. A whole heap of problem.
All right.
Yeah, man. It even gets to a stage where, maybe the woman is a Christian and you're a Rasta man, and you have to go for the customary rites, and when you visit the family, it becomes a problem because you're a Rasta man.
Oh yes.
Yeah, so the question goes, so can you go to church, or will you go to church?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm.
It's the same all over.
Yeah. I know some of my Rastafari brethren who have fallen victim into this. They can't even say Rastafari in their house, in their own home, because they have married a Christian, a Christian empress. Yeah, so even they can't even say Rastafari in their house.
Yes. Because you see, a lot of Rastafari want to out-Christian the Christian, but nah, you wouldn't be able to do that, because the Christian, you come with when you see Jesus, you say Selassie.
Yeah.
But you see Jesus in the Bible. So you cannot come and say you see Selassie there.
Like,
no, Jesus is there.
Yeah.
Because as a youth man that's coming up, when I see Jesus, I say Selassie. I say
Yeah.
But what's really there is Jesus. You cannot deny what's there in Jesus.
Yeah, it's Jesus Christ,
So it was our efforts to try and blacken the book.
Africanize the Bible,
Yeah, we try to Africanize the Bible and fit it into fit a European thing into an African paradigm.
Yeah.
So that's why I realized that many of the Rastafari that are stuck in the Bible, they lose all their powers when they come to speak with persons that are well learned in the African history and African culture.
Yeah.
They look very belittled and in confusion. And and for Rastafari, we are the upholders of the faith. We don't fear going deep. We never fear going deep. We were the first in the society to look to Africa.
Yeah.
So why now we fear?
It's sad. The Bible also demonize Egypt. So, some races, tell you they are Israelite and this and that,
The Israelites is yesterday. That's a people that's not even us.
Yeah.
That's the people that they were first here than the desert.
You go to Israel. You go to Israel, they'll kill you. They don't respect Rasta.
Of course.
Yeah, well,
it's the same Bible, yeah.
We have to decide, who we are. We're still trying to figure out who we are, it seems.
Yeah.
Because you are an African first. You're not Rastafari first.
Yeah.
You're an African first.
Before you became Rastafari.
Yes, you're an African first. That's your genetic code. You cannot even get rid of that. Maybe you can get rid of Rastafari if you choose to, but you can't get rid of your Africanness.
No. Like you can't change it. Like you can't change your African tribe.
No.
It's impossible. Yeah.
So you see, we have to go back to our sanity. And it's in Africa we will get back our minds in Africa.
Yeah, Africa.
Yeah, because a lot of us are crazy.
Yeah.
And we're getting the youths crazier.
Yeah. Because most of the youth are watching,
Oh
yeah, because a lot of youths. You have a lot of youths that turn around and then some of them fall by the wayside and go crazy.
Yeah.
Because of the mysticism.
What's wrong with them?
Because of the mysticism and the superstition. The mysticism and the superstition.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to do with knowledge, but it has to do with a lot of superstition. Long beard, long locks, ital, but we know that knowledge is a part of spirituality and your visualization of self.
Yeah.
Because a lot of Rastafari turn to fanatics. We turn to fanatics about
Tell me about it.
Yeah, about food.
Right?
About the food, about the flag, about Haile Selassie, a lot of us turn to fanatics.
Yeah.
But my act is not about leading on one side of the scale and leading the other side empty. We had to balance.
True.
We had to balance, But we must always have our center. We must always have our center in Africa. and not
Africa, Africa.
Not on the fringes of Africa, not Egypt or Ethiopia, but going to the heart of the Congo. You know, because civilization flowed down the River Nile. You know, and we know Egypt as the mouthpiece, our last great civilization. You know, not our first. You know, because the concepts and the writing were all already there before Kemet was even found. You know, so we have to be prepared to rediscover who we are. You know, and not be afraid to say I don't know, or I want to learn, or maybe I can't read.
Right. Exactly.
You know? Because trust me, a lot of men, they're strong on the reading. They're not. That's why it's important for us to have little institutions, little hubs where man on man can come together and disseminate the knowledge. Because not everybody has the zeal to seek. You know, there are those what they find they use, and they're done with that. They're not bothered about if what they're using is wrong. That's what they find, what they use. But there are a few that see beyond that, and these are the seekers. Now we must always allow these seekers, give them a space. And these seekers must come together, you know, and have a hub, you know, and disseminate information, not like the European, but add the African flavor, the color, the poetry, the dance, the rhythm, you know, the artwork, 360 degrees. You know? So we must be willing to get the like minds together and organize platforms, hubs, so we can disseminate the information. And I think that is what's really important. You know? Yeah, because many of the Rastafari, it's unfortunate. But
so let me play this video, and this will be a start to getting that information going.
Let's see. What video?
What video? Yeah. You have to laugh to keep from crying.
Okay.
That's how it goes. So she starts with saying, "You Europeans lied to us, Congo, and put our minds to sleep for a long time." This is what we're talking about, the minds. The minds are sleeping. And she's on point with what she's saying. You put our minds to sleep for a long time. It's time to wake up. So Yaya Vita Kempa on July 2nd. Mother's alive. Europeans, because of all your destruction, I burned. You and your Congo with them. Because it's punishment to us that you force on my ancestors. Hands chop their hands off. You had no. You do not leave. We will eat all the food. You Belgians have hunger. Will enter your country. You will. Don't Belgian ever try it again. We Congo refuse you. Okay, you put us to sleep for a long time. That right there is sticking in my brain. It's sticking in my brain like gorilla glue, like a gorilla on glue. You put our minds to sleep for a long time.
I'll tell you something, sis. That video give a lot of people chills, you know.
What? You see, it got 14,000 shares. So that means 14,000 people understand the science of what she's talking about. 14,000 shares, okay?
I tell you, that's something that's shaking African people.
Yeah.
It's time. Because they've been asleep.
Because
and
it's
now
different.
We see it in America.
It's different in America.
In the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's different.
When you see it in Africa,
different.
No, why I say that is because you know how hard European has tried to hold down Africa.
Yeah.
Because Africa is the breadbasket of the world. They had to subdue the minds of Africans to take the wealth under their feet. Yeah.
Sad.
That's why Leopold told the missionaries, the priests, you're not going to the Congo to teach them about God. You're not going to teach them they mustn't steal and they mustn't take each other's wives. You're not going to teach them. They know all that already.
Straight.
Going to teach them that their heaven is somewhere else.
In the skies.
You're going to teach them that wealth is not important. You know? So you're going to put them in this illusionary world, you know, with nothing to stand on, you know. And your environment is everything. As an African, we know our environment. Our environment gives us our deities. Our environment gives us our culture. Our environments give us our language. Now, the life force of that environment is the minerals. So they take the very life force under the people's feet and they take that and they bring that in their cities. And right now their cities are thriving from that same life force. You know? So that thing, when you see it happening in Africa, because we know of, when it comes to information, Africans are the last to get the information. Africans were the last to get the cell phone. And they do all this purposely. Because they know information is power. But right now, the information is spreading. Africans are learning who they are. They're learning their history. And Africa is rising again. You know? So, we as Rastafari, we see all this manifested. We see this manifested on the continent. The African right now is reclaiming their identity, hence reclaiming their power to destroy the very thing that held them back. The memes, the ideologies, the individualism, the concept of me and myself over the community. That God loves me, and you have to work your way so God loves me more than everybody else. The competition to be holy, the competition to survive.
Yeah, for real. For
The
real.
whole idea of competition between God, competition between us to survive. This is the whole idea that comes from Christianity. And when you destroy that whole concept of individualism,
yeah, man.
Destroy capitalism. You destroy the new religion, capitalism, because Christianity is just a cloak. Christianity is only a cloak for capitalism. And all the people that love God, they love money. That's all it is. Because the Christ that are closest to us, they disregard. Malcolm X, they disregard. Kwame and Nkrumah,
Marcus Garvey.
What's his name? Samora Machel.
Steve Biko.
All the great
Patrice
Africans. Patrice Lumumba. All the great Africans that died. These are our Christs.
Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, that died for us, and we don't remember them, but we go 2,000 years. We go 2,000 years and look for Hebrew.
A Hebrew savior.
But yet we have our people who are our saviors amongst us, and we disregard them.
Imhotep was the first Christ.
Yes.
I mean, they're even connecting the Bantu to Hebrew. You have the Bantu saying that they're Hebrew. I know that's be another discussion for another time, but
that's the identity crisis.
See a lot of that floating around.
Identity crisis. We have an identity crisis.
Yeah.
If you read Sheikh Anta Diop, you'll learn about how many persons trace back their lineage to Muhammad. But you see, it's a symbol of piety. It's a symbol to try to connect, with something that is not originally yours.
Yes,
because if you go back in history, there's no Hebrew, there's no Israelite, there's no Jew, there's no Christian, there wasn't even religion.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. They're gonna find it. They're gonna find it and make it real with Sar. They're gonna show you in the Bible, in the Quran, in the Torah, where it's there, where it's real, and come and bring you some historic literature to match it. I've seen it all, heard it all, seen it all. Okay.
Well, but what I can say is the youth's not falling for that. The youth's not falling for these things anymore. The youths right now are seeking, and a lot of them they can be easily misled, especially with the superstition. So we have to be very careful, what we teach them, what we teach the youth, because right now is the time of, the time of superstition was the time of belief. Right now we're in the time of I know.
So
right now it's knowledge. It's knowledge. You know, that's what we do. This is where the battle really takes place here. In the mind.
In the mind, you know.
So as this historian was doing there in Africa, she was showing that she has won the battle for her mind. That's what she's actually.
And for her people.
She's actually saying she's won the battle for her mind. Yeah. So the Europeans now, right now, well, they have their plan in the works already, because they know that the African would eventually wake up. You know. But the African has to realize that unity is the strength. Unity is the strength, you know. And we can do away with all these religions and just be practical about it. Just be practical about it.
There's experience.
Yeah. And religion was birthed out of, our spiritual system was birthed out of practicality.
Yeah.
It wasn't based on far-fetched ideas, and it was based
on practiced
practical living. Mother, father, child.
Yeah, man. Family structure.
You know, that's why we have the 3 stones. You know, in Rastafari, we bubble our pot on 3 stones. In the Congo, they use 3 stones. Now, these 3 stones symbolize the Trinity of mind, soul, body, spirit. You know, mother, father, child. You know. So we have the genetic code in us, which is just waiting for us to get the knowledge to awaken our true selves. That's hidden beneath all these layers of labels, illusions, and falsehoods. So we cannot stop the search for ourselves. We were just recently given the key to open the door and leave that room of forgetfulness. You know? So we can't stop searching. We've just begun to explore who we are. We've just begun, and we have already seen so much greatness. You know? So we cannot go back to the Abrahamic thing and think it stops there and wait on the rapture. And some of us waiting on 7 black star liners. Some of us waiting on Haile Selassie to return.
To come back.
yes, we have a lot of, now all these religions.
Listen, the Queen of England already said that she's not the only one responsible for slavery. So when it comes to reparations, repatriation, she said you got to go to the other countries that had their hand in slavery too. So her bottom line is this: until you can bring the other European nations to court, you can't bring me to court. Even though she had a direct persecution in it, she's saying the only way I'm going to do it is if you go after Belgium, you go after Germany, you go after Spain, you go after Saudi Arabia, you go after all the other European nations, and whoever else had their hand in slavery. You have to go to them too before you bring me to court for reparations and repatriation. She said that a long time ago. Shanti knows that too. So all this Black Star Line up, that's not going to be paid by the Queen of England. If there's any ships that's going to be lined up, we're going to have to finance that.
Of course.
But first we have to own a cruise line for that to happen. We have to own a ship line for that to happen. We have to take up Marcus Garvey's blueprint for that to even begin to happen. And while we're thinking about ships now, we should be thinking about airplanes. Let's take some flights and repatriate out of here. But we don't own an airline today. So the repatriation and the reparations thinking that the Queen of England is paying anything. She already said she's not paying it because you have to go after the other countries. She said that years ago. So they can stop with the Black Star Liner theory because that's dead. That's dead like the Bible the sister in the Congo was putting in the fire. It's dead. We don't even own a ship line to even get this thing established. So they're talking about it in illusionary terms. You understand? What they would like to happen, what they believe should happen.
Well, there's a saying.
But it ain't happening.
There's a saying, dance a yard before you dance abroad. You know?
It says what?
Dance a yard before you dance abroad. So,
dance a yard.
I didn't hear you.
Before you dance abroad.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, right. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
They're not ready yet, but they're talking the illusion, but they're not putting the illusion into action. So if you take that fairy tale and make it real, then you're saying something.
Yeah.
You can chant Isis all you want about burn down the queen, repatriation now and now. You can burn that down all you want. It still ain't lining up no ships. It's still not giving us reparation. It's just turning into a bunch of rhetoric. And I have to be real with this because I'm tired of the illusion. You have to be real now at times. It's no more time to be babying people and trying to be easy with their recovery when they don't want to recover, when they don't think anything is wrong with them in the first place. I'm tired of that, Wasar. Tired of it, Nana Kwame.
Well, you see,
we just have to give it to them like it is.
What you see is connections. Right now, what we should be doing is making connections.
Yeah, man.
And trade.
Connections, if the Bible says wait on somebody else.
Well, that's the thing. You see, the doctrine,
that's never going to work unless they snap out of that spell.
You see, the doctrine is a doctrine that is how you say it, geologically specific. Because most Rastafari look only to Ethiopia.
Yeah, man. They don't care about the rest of Africa, you know.
Most
there are 53 more countries or 54 more countries. They don't see all of that. They only see that one little area.
No. Yeah.
Well, you see, again, there are African countries where people speak English, you know, and they practice Islam or Christianity. Okay. The Rastafari,
like Ghana.
Yes.
Ghana speak English.
But the Rastafari favor the Africanized Christianity of Ethiopia.
Yeah.
Though it's the same white Jesus.
That's what stuff is.
You know, those the same white Jesus, you know?
Same white Jesus.
And you're more accepted as a Rastaman, I think, in Ghana than you're accepted as a Rastaman in Ethiopia. When it comes to,
of course,
when it comes to getting citizenship, be able to open a business, and all these things, because we speak in practical, because the practical thing is food, clothing, and shelter.
Yeah.
So it is easier for African to maneuver in Ghana than Ethiopia. You know? So we have to analyze that our cosmology should be an African cosmology to embrace the entire continent of Africa. You know, not because Ethiopia escaped the harshness of colonization, you know, because it was already Christianized, that we should cling to it, you know, and ignore the rest of Africa.
And that's what most races do. They ignore the rest of Africa and say they only based on this Ethiopian history, Jewish history, something like that.
Because you don't see Ghana in the Bible.
No.
It's Ethiopia in the Bible.
Yeah.
It says Ethiopia, this man was born there.
Behold Philistines and Tyre?
Yes. So
yeah,
close to Ethiopia, but
supposed to be Haile Selassie,
yeah.
the man that they're talking about. That was born there.
Yes. So Ethiopia, but that Ethiopia is not the modern Ethiopia. You know, that Ethiopia had to do with the Sudan, you know, and
the Kushite area.
Yes, that is where when you read of Ethiopia in the Bible, that is where it was.
Yeah,
that is where it's. Some try to say Ethiopia was the entire continent, but they mentioned Egypt in the Bible, and Egypt is a continent, you know. So it was really the land after, or I should say, to the south of Egypt, that they knew that everything came from, you know. So some will say, okay, they're not going Egypt, they're going to Ethiopia, and it's Christianity. But if you go back to Ethiopia far back enough, there'll only be the Oromo people there. You know, they have the
Oromo.
Yeah, the Oromo. You know, and you'll see these people on the walls of the pyramids.
Yeah.
You know, so this is all one family. That's why some people call Haile Selassie an Arab. You know?
Yeah.
And that is because of their link with the people in Yemen, in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
you know?
Siba.
Yeah, right. So they had close ties with these people. You know?
Yeah.
Well, Ethiopia is a special a special place in Africa. You know, and because of mountains and the highlands, they were not invaded. You know, until the time of Battle of Adwa. You know, and then Mussolini. But Ethiopia was a hard place because these are African people, warrior people. You know?
Yeah. Real warriors.
Ethiopia. But also we have a kind of colonization taking place by Menelik II when he was uniting the kingdom under the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. You know, and his fight with the Africans who were fighting against the British, who were Islam, who were Muslims, the dervish armies of Somalia.
Yeah.
So we have a kind of colonization taking place in Ethiopia, imperialism.
Yeah, even in the time of Theodora, I think Emperor Theodore II.
Yeah, because there were many fights trying to unite that vast empire, you know.
Yeah.
And that's what His Majesty inherited. That kingdom.
Yeah, that's what is inherited. Yeah.
That kingdom that Menelik II established, and he tried to bring it into the 20th century. He tried
of course,
20th century, using the information he had. You know, remember his tutors. He had French tutors. He had Jesuit tutors and all kind of tutors.
Yeah. Some kind of French education.
Yeah. So he had he knew of the classics, and he also had a little knowledge of African history as well, because he read. He was a guy. He loved to read books, you know. But
His Majesty read.
The country itself was Christian. The throne
was Christianized. Yeah.
The throne was Christian, so he had to fulfill his role amongst his people.
Yeah.
So we should respect him for what he did, honor him as you know. And if we choose to call him the Almighty or God, let us redefine our
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
our concept of divinity as
Yeah.
an African one, and
Yeah, not the Bible one.
try to place His Majesty within it.
Yeah.
Because it's concepts,
It's concept, of course.
but what I call optimal concepts that would help you grow, to help you survive, to help you see a brighter future. You know, not one
Yes,
that
I. Yes,
you
I.
have to depend you have to depend on anyone to do something that for you, something you can do for yourself. You know, and that has to do with the God within versus the God without.
Yeah. The sky god and the god within.
Yeah, the sky God, but really is the God of the heavens,
Yes.
the God of the higher regions. You know, the God of reason, the God of intellect and mind. You know, Chehuti, Heru. But our African cosmology, the stories, the myths have layers. They are multi-layered. You know,
Yeah.
they have to do with the stars. They have to do with cosmologies. They have to do with um, psychology. You know, they have to do with the environment. So they're multi-layered. You know, so the African designed the perfect concept of divinity by keen observation, you know, and passing down these observations to generation after generation, and they built upon it, built upon it, and built upon it. And the spiritual system was not stagnant like Christianity and Islam are stagnant. We added different divinities from different gnomes, you know, because the purpose was to keep everything in ma'at, in reciprocity, you know. But we came across a God that was just a taker, you know. He gave nothing, he just came to take.
A murderer.
All he came to give you was an idea. He's God, and just came to take, you know. So we see that happen with the Israelites, and we see that happen with the modern day capitalists, the so-called discoverers of the new world. They came with the same idea to just take, you know, and they should sit and enjoy the fruits of other people's labor, you know. But
Right.
we will return to our way, and the Bible will not stop us from returning to our way again, you know. Jehovah, Jehovah Jesus will not stop us, you know. Jehovah and Jesus will not stop us. Yahweh will not stop us, you know.
Especially for those who don't want to be stopped. You know, it's all about if you want to make the change. You understand? It has to be you wanting to make that change, you wanting to grow from what you thought you know and relearn what you thought you already knew and re Africanize your mind. You know, that's what it's about. So I
Well,
think,
they'll
you know, having these type of conversations, when we have these conversations, people are watching, people are listening, whether they like what they or not. And the right ones will continue to listen and they will apply what we're saying and go through further research, not just take my word for it, but go and do your own due diligence So you can feel good about it, and you can know you're making the right decisions, not just because I'm saying it and it sounds good. You understand? So we're doing our part, holding these podcasters, having whatever other options or other ways that we use to try and help to wake up the minds. So that's where it is. I don't know if
Well,
anybody else want to
well, I'll tell you something.
uh,
Information can only reach thus far. Information will go through one ear and come out the next. But inspiration, that is what the people really need. Inspiration. So we cannot just hold these things we learn, these ideas of unity. We cannot just hold them within. We have to act them out. We have to come together. We have to beat the drums. We have to give the information. We have to dance. We have to play our redemption songs. So it has to be a battle fought on all fronts, tackling all senses. We must come out in our
right.
colors. We must come out even speaking our African languages. Most of all, we must come out with an African worldview. But from time
Yes.
we approach with our ancient garments, with our colors, with our blackness, with our Africanness, we can't come and talk about Matthew, Luke, and John. That's absurd. In the 21st century, that's absurd. To say you're a Pan-Africanist, you're African-centered, and you come to speak about Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. None of these names are African. It's absurd.
Yeah, but it's an African story in an African book.
It's
You
absurd.
see that discrepancy right there show you that there's a lot of mistruths in it. But when your mind is stuck on your belief and you're strong with what you believe in, the names don't even matter. They will find a reason to say why the names is like that, because it's been translated into English. That's why the names changed. There's always an excuse. I tell you, there's always an excuse to why something is the way it is when you're trying to show them the realness about people. They always find another reason to keep it.
Yeah, excuses every day to keep the Bible, when we have, a whole African understanding, a whole African, spirituality we can look to.
I'll tell you something.
Yeah.
When you gravitate to your African spirituality, sometimes you will more find comb heads approaching you than Rastafari. Because Rastafari, you see, is the missionary God. So the Rastafari will look to convert you. Because that's the God of conversion. That's the God of the missionary. So they will try and make it a mission to make you say Haile Selassie created the universe. And if you're not on that line, that means you don't have power, or you're not as powerful. But all this is superstition. All that is superstition. No way that just knowing something and having no action behind it and not becoming it will give you power. You know?
Right.
So you don't get power just by saying Jah Rastafari Haile Selassie first. You know?
It could hold. It could have power. It could. I think it could have power if you do the practical part of it. If you put it into action,
Experience.
what Haile
Experience.
Selassie put into action, exactly. Show me in a practical order. Mobilize,
Yeah, man,
centralize,
experience. The levity
put
of
it to so I
Rastafari.
can see.
Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was speaking of this superstition. Because when you talk about the practical living, you know, food, clothes, and shelter, you know, if you learn your African history, your African knowledge, you know the amount of avenues, the number of avenues that open up for you to make money.
Oh, we have a question here in the chat. He says, I'm not a religious person, but when I look at all religions, it's Rastafarians that I find most spiritual. Thanks to late great Sir John Holt.
Well,
Yeah, John Holt.
Rasta,
Yeah, John Holt makes some good music now. I'm not going to
yeah,
discredit his musical talents and skills, but
John
it's
Holt
still
is a
going back to
legend.
the Bible thing all over. Yeah,
You see,
he
the
tell
thing
you to
is,
burn up the earth.
you
I
see, the
like
thing
that one.
is the same discussion we're having about spirituality. You know, what spiritual system? So, yeah, the Rastafari, of course, we are spiritual people, yes. But it's the same thing we were speaking of Ma'at. You cannot be dwelling in the right brain or the left brain alone. You know, there is a time when you must analyze. You know, now
Exactly.
spirituality is the connection between man, his fellow man, the universe. When it comes to a destiny and deciding on which path to take for the future generations, that is what we're really talking about. Because you can go into a cave and be spiritual and be a hermit, but we're not speaking about that kind of spirituality. You see, we're speaking about community. We're speaking about reawakening the African mind. You know, because you cannot take
Re-Africanizing.
spirituality. You cannot take
Mm-hmm.
spirituality away from anybody. You know, you cannot take spirituality away from anyone. But the African form of spirituality is something that's very practical. It has to do with community, family, building empires, not building fences and wire fence and bridges instead of bridges. You know, so it's a whole different paradigm. Yes, yes, Rastafari are a spiritual people, very spiritual. You know, but still, you cannot be fanatically spiritual and forget that it goes back to the Kongo cosmogram. You're only here for a time. What are you adding to the liberation struggle?
Yes.
You know, because I can go on a mountain top and pray and say I'm spiritual and reach the levels, but I will only come back off that mountain to a people that's fallen so beyond me that it would be another death because I'll be lonely. So
Yes.
our spirituality has to
We
do
go
with
back to your community and its core.
goes back to, and I'm not even speaking about your Rastafari community. I'm speaking about your African
community in general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, because
Rastafari just included with it. You know?
Yeah, Rastafari was supposed to be the vanguards of what we're speaking of. But because of the Bible and the Nazarene vow and the segregation and the separation, we decided to move away and to just survive on our own and not raising up the people. Because the greater self that has the power, the individual self is brutalized. Our power is in the greater self.
Exactly.
You know, the individual self could be at the mercy of the powers, but the greater self is all our power. So you are only as big as your circle. If your circle entails you and your relationship and your piety with the unseen God, that's Abrahamic. If it has to do with your place in the community, your ancestors, making sure that rope that leads back to the first ancestor, which is the nature, is always solid and can never be broken. That is African spirituality. So you're right.
Totally agree. Totally agree.
Yeah, so you're right. Rastafari is a very spiritual people. But everything in life is balance. Everything is balance. You know? We have to think of the future generation. So that means we have to plan, you know, for the physical structure and the continuation of God or the divine or the nature. Let's stop using God. Or the nature in its human form. Because the African is the nature in human form. All others are mutations and dilution. But the African is the divine nature in its human form. So to make this human form of the nature last and endure, we have to maintain. Now that is what spirituality is really about. Maintenance. Ma'at. You know? It's not karma. It's ma'at. It's something you have to work for and strive for and establish. So this is where Rastafari should be the vanguards and the leaders in African knowledge and spirituality, you know, and should always be in the books, you know, studying and researching ancestors, looking into their lives, you know, see what were their mistakes, see what were their greatest strengths, try and emulate their strengths, you know. This is the unfolding of the African consciousness, the African mind. And we cannot let this time pass us by. Because it's a season. Everything has a season. So we must take advantage of the season. And this season is knowledge and books. Who knows tomorrow the internet could shut down? How much have you learned? So I'm speaking to the Rastafari people. It's time to move on and move on into your African spirituality. And no, the Bible is not African centered. It's not African spirituality. So there are books we can recommend.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. You have any books on Kongo cosmology that you can steer them to? Any books on any type of African consciousness or on Kemetic cosmology? Since the Congo and the Kemetic cosmology pretty much runs hand in hand, something that they could revert to once they leave this podcast. At least they can't say we didn't leave them with anything, So we can always give reference where they can go and research for themselves. That's good. If you have any resources, Nana Kwame, let me know and I'll put it up in the chat. And I think that will be a good start. Can you hear me, Nana Kwame? Guess not.
Okay.
I think this will also, give them a fresh start and no excuses to not want to evolve. They can't say, well, they said all of that, but they never gave me no resources to go check out.
Well, like I said, we need to read. We need to start reading a lot. And it's good to have some study groups so we can share information and see how it resonates with everyone. Because all of us, we don't think the same. And sometimes persons can open up a whole different way of looking at things we find in the past. And also in the present and in the living. This one is a nice book, Menab. This is by Raunefa.
What's his name?
Raunefa Amen. He's the head of the Osao Set Society. He's a very prolific writer, like Mwata Ashby, A lot of the books we should be reading should be books from our African psychologists, like Amos Wilson, Francis Cress Welsing, Wade Nobles. This one is by Wade Nobles.
Island of Mims.
Yes, Haiti's Unfinished Revolution. In here, he talks about the tornadoes of the mind, what he called Kizungu Zongu, and how we are really suffering from fragmented minds and disconnected spirits. And he speaks a little bit of how we can overcome that, how we must become the evidence of our African spirituality. So this is a very good book. Of course.
So anything on the Congo?
On the Congo, I have here
African Cosmology of the Bantu Congo. Okay.
Yeah. This is by our ancestor, Kimbwandende KB Fukiao, PhD. He's one of the great African scholars. Let me see if I can show you just a little piece. There he talks about the Yank and the V.
Okay.
So the Yank is the sign of a master in his maturity.
Mm-hmm. What about anything about the well, I think you just gave me one for the Nile Valley Kingdoms, right?
Well, yeah, well, I have Civilization or Barbarism. This is, of course, by Shikanta Diop. You know, very good book. Of course, we know Shikanta Diop was a scientist. His books are not for persons that can't comprehend too well, I should say. You know, because it's very deep. You know, it's Shikanta Diop. You know, so he speaks of in this he speaks of the coming of the Homo sapiens sapien, the Grimaldi that went into Europe, you know, and very good information. He goes into the mathematics, he goes into the architecture of ancient Egypt. You know, it's his last work. It's, I think, one of his greatest works. I have another one by him here. It's Pre-Colonial Black Africa by Shikanta Diop. This one, he speaks of Africa and the African systems that prevented capitalism from forming there. He speaks of the Europeans' way of life, the patriarchy, and he compared that to the African matriarchal system. He goes also into Rome and describes the life for the peasants in Rome, you know, the class systems. So, you know, like I said, he's a scientist. This is a very good book to read. And of course, Dr. Fukiao again from the Congo. Self-healing power therapy.
Okay. Who's the author for that?
That's Dr. Fukiao again.
Okay, give me enough time to type that. Let me see the top part first. Okay, healing, self-healing power and therapy.
Yes. Yeah, this is Dr. Fukiao again. I have another of him again. This is Simba Simbi by Dr. Fukiao.
Simba Simbe.
Simba Simbi.
Okay.
He was a native of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, a consultant and lecturer, not only in the United States of America, but in the world as well. And of course, we have Master Naba, which is the Dogon priest of Uf Center.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me write this one down.
This is
Philosophy Podium. Okay. All right.
Master Naba Lamusa Morodenibig. He transcended a while back. His son, I think, is doing the works now. But it's a nice book to read, to learn about, because he would speak of Kemet. Because remember, the Dogon tradition is
Right.
Kemet. Okay?
Yeah.
So it's
Kemet is like an offspring from it.
And he said in the temple, like the temple of Osset, you had to shave all the hair on your body. But there were some temples, like the temples of Amen, of Amun, that dreadlocks, they were the dreadlocks priests of Kemet.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the one Baba Smalls was talking about.
Yeah. This is in the Master Naba. A very important book, which I like very much, is Ma'at. Guiding Principles of Moral Living. A very good book by a group of PhDs. It's University of Chemistry. They have many books. They have published many books. I have maybe I have this one, and I have this one here as well. It's African Time. The Universe. Yeah. So I think 1896 AD. So this one is pretty concise. You know, it has a lot of information. So it's like 1,000 pages. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a very good book with nice so if you are to say you want to get one good book to try to learn your African history, this would be it, I guess.
Okay. Very good. That's that's about 12 books.
Yeah, well, you know, I have like 400 or so. So
no, I'm just saying that was 12 books that I typed in so far. Plus, I added 2 more that I had here. Simitawi and the African people in European holidays, a mental genocide. Like Asha, with Ishaka Musa Barishango, book 2. Yeah, so I think those 12 should set them on their way.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man.
And African that's supposed to lead them down the learning path.
Straight, Empress.
No, really. It's enough. I typed in enough. That's 12 altogether. And that should be enough to set them on the journey to where there's no excuse to say, well, what do I read if I put the Bible down? I just listed 12. And if ones would take time with themselves and they're new and relearning themselves and re-Africanizing themselves, they would go Google, and Google will give you more than what I gave you.
Yeah.
But the 12 that we just listed, that's enough to get you started.
Yeah.
If you really want to expand your consciousness. If you don't want to expand your consciousness, then you're going to just stay where you are. But those that want to expand, they're going to do that. Okay, I'm going to type it 13, number 13. Okay.
Ancient Egypt and the Great Discoveries. In there, there's a lot. No. Get rid of that cover.
Right.
Alright, so in there, you can see I have some nice pictures, the Rosetta Stone, Champollion, Thomas Young.
Right.
So it speaks about the ongoing efforts to decipher the Medu Nature. Because Africa, the Medu Nature was looked at as graffiti, you know, and it was always looked at just drawings by primitive people, African people. But it was only after the decipherment that Europeans now got crazy and wanted to claim the civilization. So in this, we see a lot of the discoveries, what they discovered, the different Europeans that went off with the booty and put it in museums. You know, here we have the Queen of Punt.
Okay. But they also have pictures to go with the literature.
Yeah. So a lot of pictures in this one. It's a big, huge book. You know. So, and I have another one just like it, the chronology of the pharaohs, which goes into the different pharaohs, their lives. You know. The Hyksos. And I also have a nice timeline. Let me see if I can get that timeline. I think this book is one of my most read books. New Dimensions in African History. New Dimensions in African History. This one are lectures from Dr. Yusuf Ben Yochanan and Dr. John Henry Clark. A lot of information in this book. Like I said, I must have read this book maybe 5 times or so.
What's the name of it again? New Beginnings?
New Dimensions in African History. New Dimensions in African History.
Okay.
London Lectures by Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben. So in there you have a lot of information. Yeah, this is a nice book. It's a book to launch you into further studies. Yeah. But I have this chart. Let's see if y'all can see. This is the timeline.
Okay. Right.
And we can see this long history before you see any European in the picture. This long history. Europeans nowhere in the picture yet. Nowhere there yet. They're still not there yet. Not yet.
Sin.
The European has not arrived yet on the scene.
Sin.
This is when the European arrives.
The Greek man.
The Greeks. But look at all this history.
Isis.
Look at all this history. Going all the way back to the Ishango bone.
Yeah, the Bone Age.
Yes.
Isis.
The first sign of mathematics. The Ishango bone.
Yeah, in Congo, Zihari.
That's right.
Isis.
Yeah. And that is what 35,000 years ago.
Yeah, man.
Okay. So
Some Rastafari need to read these books.
yeah, well, like I said, Rastafari don't like to read. A lot of them don't like to read.
Yeah, they are stuck on only one book.
Only one book, and most of them don't read that book. They read the parts that make them feel good.
Yeah, man. The Psalms and Revelation, something.
Right. But you see, I've been collecting books with the whole mind to teach. Okay, not just for myself and to say, I know. It's more to pass on to the children, pass on to the youth. So all these books I have, these books were passed on to me. Well, not all of them, but a majority of them were passed to me. So my quest now is to get someone I can pass all the literature to. So I teach, and the students, whoever I see has the most interest, the most discipline, is the one I'll leave in charge of these books. Yeah.
Right. The ones who's serious.
Yeah, because that's how that's how it has to be. It has to be passed from teacher to student. A lot of people don't want teachers, but we need teachers. Because teachers, they're not better or smarter than you. It's just that they've already made more mistakes than you. So these are the ones to better guide you. So that's why you'll always hear me speaking about my teacher, my elder, because I want us to get in touch with that passing down of information, teaching,
right,
and getting our students, and our students are supposed to surpass us, and their students supposed to surpass them, So I'm trying to encourage that tradition in Rastafari. Yeah.
Exactly.
Isis.
Yeah. But we've been streaming for 3 hours and 38 minutes. Wow. I didn't even expect it to be this long.
Yeah, so I think
it's been a wonderful reasoning.
Yeah, it was a wonderful. You see, when it comes to knowledge, you can just go on and on and on and on and on.
Exactly.
There's no end to knowledge.
Isis.
So we can reason and just keep on learning and learning and learning. But when it comes to the Bible, it's a box. So you're limited. You're limited. So if I was to ask you about Mary's mother, or something, you tell me, well, boy, that's where the story ends. So there's no going beyond certain, and the Bible itself tells you, don't add, don't take away, so you're in a box. But with spirituality, there's no end, because there's so much knowledge out there. There's no real end when it comes to your seeking. They say even in the grave, you'll still be learning. So
Yes.
yeah, we need to always be sharp, keep our minds sharp, not just sing songs and knock drums, but also have systems in place to teach the youth. Because the power of Babylon, I shouldn't say Babylon, the power of Rome, the power of the system,
the white world.
It's very enticing for the youth. It's very enticing. So we have to come out spectacular. Like His Majesty said, we have to become greater than we ever were before.
Exactly.
Now, greater than we ever were. Greater than we ever were. Yes, because He did say we were not prepared. With the education we're receiving, we're not prepared.
Yeah, man.
We have to become the greatest that we've ever been. Now that of course comes with effort. That doesn't come, you can't pray yourself into that.
No.
You cannot chant yourself into that.
No.
That takes a lot of effort. You have to become greater than you've ever been. Now, the only way you can know that you're greater than you ever been is if you know what you've been.
Yeah, man.
So if you don't know what you've been, mediocre will be great for you. But if you can Sankofa, look back and see, you created mathematics. You built the pyramids. You were the first to change the direction of rivers. You were the first to circumnavigate, to travel the waters.
Yeah.
You were the first to do everything and make so many discoveries just by using the intellect and your imagination. So if we can tap back into that power we have within our genetic code, because we have 9 and the others have 6. I think it's the ape. The ape has 4. The European has 6. We have 9. So that's to show you how far beyond we are. But still, Christianity, the concept of Jesus, has us waiting and expecting an outside force
to come and save us.
To save us from ourselves. Now, this is the big difference in our African cosmology and the Judeo-Christian narrative of the Bible, the idea of divinity. One is an outside force coming to save and redeem you from this wretched world. And the next one is you now being given the power to manifest heaven on earth.
Yes, I.
So it's two real different, opposite concepts, right? Now I'll share with you one of my favorite books. Oh, I have this one as well. Our black seminarians, a black clergy without a black theology. Dr. Ben. our black seminarians, a black clergy without a black theology. So
Yeah, man.
this is like the Rastafari priesthood. A black
Yeah.
priesthood without a black theology.
Straight.
So our black
Straight.
seminarians, what else?
A black theology.
Our black seminarians and black clergy without
a black theology.
theology.
Rastafari.
By Dr. Ben.
Interesting.
Dr. Ben. Yeah. Of course, I also have this as well. The Third Testament, the elect verses of Emperor Haile Selassie I. And if you read these speeches of His Majesty, you realize there was a different tone when His Majesty spoke to African people.
Yeah, man.
As opposed when he spoke to Europeans and when he spoke to the clergy.
Yeah.
Because when he speaks to the clergy, he says, there is no hope for man's salvation unless in Jesus Christ.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. And then he turns and said, we in Ethiopia do not see the religion alone as valid.
Yeah.
So in this, you also hear of him praising the missionaries that came to help the poor and thing in Ethiopia. You know, set up schools, hospitals, you know. But we know in Africa, the missionary provided or opened up the way for the destruction of our bodies because they guaranteed the destruction of our souls. So we see a different paradigm in Ethiopia and in places like the Congo, you know, where they were chopping up people's hands.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
You know,
that's what the sister was talking about.
Yeah.
And then in Belgium, they have chocolate candy.
Yeah.
That's made like hand.
Yes. Because the European has been brutal from the time they stepped out of the ice. Yeah?
Yes.
Because for them to survive, it was only about killing.
Survival of the fittest.
Yeah, they didn't have any idea of surviving from picking fruit, planting food. You see, that's where the whole system of being takers developed. Taking life, taking. We Africans knew about reciprocity because we planted, we were patient. Yeah, we were patient, we maintained, and then we reap, you know? And when we reap, we still put it back and plant again, you know? Or sometimes we don't plant again, we go somewhere else to plant and give the soil some time to rejuvenate. Now the European came from a place, an ice place, where they were not seeing the sun. They didn't know the stars. They didn't know the plants. So these people were strangers to the world, coming out of the ice, mutated. So all they knew was stick. They didn't know math. They didn't know reciprocity. That's why the God of the Bible preferred the killer than the regenerator.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Because the one would just take the life of the animal. The other one would nourish, feed, grow, wait for the season, and then pick. No bloodshed there. No killing there. But that God preferred the blood. So this is all a foreign concept, and it's about time we release it and move forward. But I think,
Exactly.
you see, there must be a level of confrontation and moderation. There must be moderators that are away from the situation, and there must be a confrontation. Not that we can just pretend we never heard it, try and prevaricate or beat around the bush, with it, but just face it. So that's what we need: a honest debate with a
Honest people.
with a impartial moderator. Because remember
Exactly.
last time in the tiger's temple, the moderator
Oh, please,
was
you now.
the moderator was a biased moderator, obviously. So you don't even want.
And it's so obvious. It's obvious with Sar. It's so obvious that he's blind to what he's doing because he do it so much.
Yeah, so we need some honesty and confrontation, because confrontation will put you before an
Bring out the
audience.
truth.
Yeah, it will put you
It brings
before
out
an
the truth.
audience. It will put you before an audience, and that's when you will see the intellectual war going on.
And that's what
But
was happening. He was doing
but
that.
as
And he blocked
as
it.
long as you
Every time
can,
we tried to
yeah.
Right. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, so we need someone away from it all to say, okay, all right, okay, well, if you can answer that question, and answer that question, and so and you come to a conclusion with all the discussion. You come to a conclusion, but there's no point having a discussion where no one is willing to budge. Like
Waste of time. I knew it
waste of
was.
time. Because
I
you see,
saw
it's
it
the whole,
beforehand. It was going to be a waste of time.
because the Bible in itself, the foundation of the Bible is antagonism, not um, not easy flowings, not tolerance and acceptance, but upheaval and jealousy and
Yes.
religious intolerance, and I'm the highest God,
Uh-huh.
and so
The
the people,
competition.
the people
The
following
competition
the
was
competition,
ridiculous.
yeah. So the people adhering to that spiritual system, of course, gain the attributes of the God they serve. So they now become competition, and if they're right and you're wrong, and we shall never change, you know. So
But yet you say it's a work in progress. So how is it a work in progress when you're showing in your actions and in your words that you're never going to change? You see, that's condescending. Those condescending spirits.
yeah,
You can reason like that, and they will waste your time. And eventually they'll make you look like the fool if you keep engaging and entertaining their foolishness. You'll start
Yes, yes.
feeling like a snake like them. You'll feel like a part of the circle of snakes like them. Because that's what I was seeing, pure circle of snakes.
Yeah,
But I
yeah.
think I even mentioned it to you. I think I mentioned it to you too. As far as it's a waste of time. Before we went, I told you it was going to be a waste of time because people like them don't change. They just want to play on your intelligence and try to
Well,
downplay you.
there was a video, there was a interview he did with, I don't know if it's Priest Doggy or I don't know, one of the elders, Bobo elders that knew
Uh-huh.
Edward Emmanuel Charles. And the elder was telling
Right.
him, you know, the elder was telling him the exact thing we were telling him
When?
not too long
When
ago,
was this?
just recently. I don't know if it's Priest Dougie or something, I forget the name. But just recently, I think after our
Oh.
interview, it was, I think, you know.
After Sunday?
Yes. I think
After the
so.
Sunday charade, Priest
Yeah,
Dougie came on and said basically the
yeah.
same thing we were saying. Oh,
Yes, he
what? Are
said
you serious? You sure this is not an old video? You sure this is something that happened in July?
that's a new. No, that wasn't in July. Let me see here.
Because we just did the thing on that platform, what, a week and a half ago? Almost 2 weeks ago, was it? How long ago was it?
Um,
I don't even
it was
remember. I
maybe
got my calendar.
2 weeks or so.
July 17th it was. July 17th. So today's the 28th.
Yeah, that's like
So that was like 10 days ago.
yeah.
11 days ago. So that Priest Dougie came on recently
Let me see the
after
date.
that?
Let me see the
Okay.
dates. That's 6 days ago.
So that means he probably watched that charade that was going on.
Yeah.
And
Well,
he
well,
really he had no he have to tell the truth because he's been living that anyway. He's been saying that for some time now.
well,
But a lot of bobos don't like to talk with him because he don't
well. I
say
see.
Bible like they say Bible.
Well, I see. He released our discussion on like 4 days ago. But
On the
his
23rd.
yes, but his his
Yeah, it
interview
had to
with
be after.
his interview with the brethren with the elder was 6 days. 6 days ago. Priest Dougie.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
Priest
after.
Dougie.
It was after.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so Priest Dougie was telling him about going back and speak on behalf. Let me see. Of the Father, on behalf of
Can you
the Bible
share
holy.
it?
But we call one
The
another some
screen?
names. Okay, let's see.
That's beautiful to know. You know? That's beautiful to know because now what they're gonna do? Play the game with him? Like they played the game with us?
Well, sometimes they just how we say it, cognitive dissonance.
So everybody telling the same lie? Come on.
The Bible holy. You go all a man house and they want you touch him Bible and him Bible, him Bible and him Bible. But flesh, flesh is a man, flesh is a guy, flesh is all these different things we call flesh. Where God, where the living God is in, what the Bible holy. So that's why we will hear something happening to his sister and not go check. It's more important to put on a robe and go in at the tabernacle and go up on the altar. I think that being a priest and going on the altar is the ultimate. That is not even even a foot being a priest.
Wow.
Holistic living.
For real.
Make a part.
that is more for our gratification because when we're going there's like our dancer. Yeah, ones are going to move out them sound. I'm talking to the world, and the world understand what I mean when I say that. When we go into the tabernacle, what people get from things out here, worldly things, we get it from our tabernacle. We get that joy and happiness and release and stress release and all of these things when we go in our tabernacle. Along with that, we get to interact with the inner God. So, yes, but that is not the ultimate. That doesn't make us who we are. The test is how we live one to another. The greatest commandment is to want courage to pursue it. That is what I and I, Bobo Ashanti, had. Why we are Bobo Ashanti. We had that courage, that will, that desire to walk up that rock.
Let's see if I can get it earlier.
We have more tools than our predecessors. We have more opportunities. Like for instance, right now, the Rastafari movement in Jamaica is now sitting and reasoning with the Minister of Security. They have an arrangement to meet once a year. Plus, he has assigned 2 liaisons to the movement that are supposed to be accessible to I and I at any time, if there's an issue or whenever we need to, reason and get something done through the ministry. See, also the Ministry of Justice, he has agreed to meet with Rastafari every month, not even just once a year, every month. So we see all these doors opening up, all these avenues that the elders didn't have, these privileges that the elders didn't have. Now we have the Tiger's Nest and others, the African Liberation Network, all these vehicles and these tools to advance our struggle. But yet the gathering strong is still weak. We're still looking to the real revolutionaries.
Thank you.
I'm seeing a whole lot of Christians, but I'm not seeing the real revolutionaries.
ISIS.
No matter how weak.
Can you rewind that, please?
It come back out to the same thing.
Well, sorry.
It's even much.
Please rewind that. That's
so
serious talk right there. Please rewind that.
Because we are not leaving our footprint. The House of Priests has a realistic application or meaning. Yes. We do it.
We're not serious.
To manifest it. But again, it doesn't seem that way. It seems like we sing those things just as rituals, just as, because others did it and it's just the way. We are not internalizing the words so we can manifest the action. The whole of the love Rastafari have. Virgin, like I said today, and I will say it on the I program for the world to hear. At this point, today in my life, in my journey, okay, I am ashamed of I and I. We are much less than our elders were. And as we see the generation coming after us is even much less than we are. So that doesn't make this future look very bright, because we are not leaving our footprint in the sand. We have more tools than our predecessors. We have more to be a trendsetter. You cannot be afraid to do something for the first that has never been done when it is needed to be done. So I and I have that power to change. A man of right not going to change something to run. So what is the fear about change when your virgin come and say, Virgin, if we look at this and see if we can. Is a man of right come to you because you don't say, I and I are virgin, we're living together, we know how we live. That's why we volunteer to this live. See, because we're seeking right. we're not perfect, yes, and some of us in different stages of our purity, but we're all on the same journey, man of right. So if a man is of right, he's not going to seek to do something of wrong. So in seeking to change something, to modify, review, or revise something, you're seeking to do it as a man of right with that same divine mindset and concept. Now the power that Father give I and I as individuals, give us that right. Especially if as a collective group we sit down and we say, this is no longer working for us. It is no longer relevant to our reality. Because
500 years later,
we must continue to do it. For instance, a simple analogy or a simple comparison now. Circumcision of the females that was a tradition back in the African ancient time. Something that came out of a colonial era too. People need to trace back the history of those things too. A lot of what seems to be an ancient long practice. Yes, it is long now because it's hundreds of years it has been done now. But look at when it really started and out of what circumstance it started. See, those things came out of because remember, our ancient sages knew that they were not supposed to mutilate their body. Of course. That's why they never shave them face. That's why they never cut them ear. That's why they never do certain things. So them would not even go further than that to cut off a piece of what Jack created. You understand? But those things came out of colonial era, out of fear mindset and all kind of different things to try and keep the princess out of certain danger. But it's a false sense of whatever, of security, of safety or whatever it is. But looking at it, are we still going to perpetrate that because our ancestors did it? Are we still gonna turn over our brethren when they pass over to some Christian and Muslim people to bury them? When them live 40, 50, 60 years as Rastafari.
That's been happening.
Are we gonna still because our elders didn't do it? But today, with more knowledge, when we look at what our ancients did, look at what His Majesty saying in the Faith and Negas about transition and how to deal with it. Who are we patterning? Remember the Egyptians, contrary to what religion tell you about them is about Egypt is slavery and Egypt is this and Egypt is that. The ancient Egyptians were our ancestors. And look at how they dealt with the transition of our one. It is as sacred as life. But these kind of conversations, most of I and I, especially within the house of priest, are not gonna have these conversations because they are blasphemy, they are whatever phobia, or phobic name you want to assign to it,
So because we hold so strong now to European philosophy, which could include not just the Bible, but some of the hymn books that we use, because what I'm getting from the eye is that this philosophy bring a certain passive
come on.
You
don't know this by now?
Some degree.
Make us docile. You understand?
To the reality of life.
Yes. You understand? Because if I had followed that mindset when Dada passed, maybe the man mother they dump him somewhere. We don't know what the mother they do with him. Because when I went to deal with
Irene. Okay.
Yeah, but it was getting hot right there. It was getting hot. You can always go look they can go look it up on Priest Isaac's channel. Want to watch the full conversation that they had because he was nailing it. You're right. He was saying, we were saying, he
Yeah, because it's
500 years later, and look at us.
yeah.
And it's more
But
than singing and clapping and putting on turban and robe. It's more to being a priest than that. A priest is beyond all of that. Where's the healing priest at? Where's the wisdom keepers? You see what I was saying before? You see? Now look, it turned right back around, and he getting this conversation. What Dougie want to say? I don't know what I'm saying. No, when he heard that, when he saw part 1 and 2, he knew exactly what he was talking about. That's why he's saying what he's saying. I wouldn't say that's the only reason why he's saying what he's saying, because he heard that podcast we have, but he understands. He sees it. He see it before we did that podcast with him. So now he's bringing it to light again, reminding them being a priest is more than just putting on turn, rolling, happen. They supposed to be healing.
Well, you see,
and teaching and encouraging and counseling and all those good stuff, but they're not doing that. And he's sitting there, Priest Isaac's sitting there like he don't know these things already, like you don't know the hymn book is a slave song. Blessed Barack was there trying to show him a thing, right? He was trying to show him a thing, and they wanted to ridicule him. They end up ridiculing themselves. They wanted to be disrespectful to him. He was trying to seek certain questions. Couldn't even answer you, Wazar. And Priest Isaac tried to save him and say, oh, you're trying to put him on the spot. You're not putting him on the spot. You're asking him a legitimate himself prophet, right? And he keep advocating this Bible thing. So if you ask him a question about the Bible, shouldn't he be able to answer it, Nana?
Of course.
If you advocate in the Bible and ask you a question about the Bible, you're supposed to be able to answer.
Yes,
but Priest Isaac couldn't answer it. You know? You saw it, part 1 and 2. He know he couldn't answer it, so he tried to save him, and now all of a sudden, okay, we let somebody else speak, and then we don't seal up like that. Even though he sealed up was up down right, wasn't right, it was down right.
He said he didn't
moderated the whole thing.
He said he didn't come to be on the spot today.
Every time we back him up against a wall, Nana, he cut our conversation and he mute our mic.
Yeah, I saw it.
Every time.
Yeah.
As soon as we started getting in, he mute the mic. Oh, let just speak. Let the other elder speak. Let this one speak.
Yeah.
So they can debate what we saying. Make us look like we don't know what we're about. Pure mind game on that podcast.
And in the part 2, it's
straight
like
mind game.
Yeah, and in the part 2, in the end, it's like they wanted to agree like we shouldn't burn the Bible.
You see it?
Yeah.
But if you remember, Nana, right? On part 1, he was saying he didn't need the Bible because he put it down and loved the Bible. But then in the end, because he's Priest Isaac's Bible friend, he had to, go along with the circle of snakes. I call them circle of snakes because they were moving like snakes.
Yeah, so you see, even the elder.
He even said something about, oh, check it out, Wasar. He even said something about, oh, it ain't just about history, blah, 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 about history. Because according to history, Bible foolishness is fables and stories that never happened. It is. But because he want to make Wasar look like he don't know what he's talking about, he's going to say that it's not just about knowing history. Why isn't it about knowing history? I thought Marcus Garvey said we need to know our history, right? I thought Malcolm X spoke those words. I thought Emmanuel spoke about knowing your African, your history. They just sound like a bunch of me. Waste of conversation because there was a waste of time, and they don't have any meditation in their blood to leave that Bible alone. They don't have any intention. All they want to do is sit around with people that got and break you what they want to do. No intentions, Nana, of letting that Bible go. So what was the purpose of having us there if you're not going to let it go? Now you got Priest Dougie coming behind that, telling him the same thing. So now you're going to make Priest Dougie look ridiculous. He's going to call Priest Dougie on his platform of snakes to battle him by himself. Is that what he's going to do now? Because he don't like what Priest Dougie have to say?
Now, if you
a priest, Priest Isaac,
now if you analyze
priest was
who,
and he act like he lost.
Well, the thing he had to do was
how long he been a priest, and he act like he lost.
What he had to do,
What he
had to do is bring Priest Dougie and in the Tiger's temple. But he knows exactly what he's doing.
Okay.
He knows exactly what he's doing, But like I said, it's the truth. We live the truth.
So I have to watch it.
You cannot run. You cannot run from the truth. You cannot run from the truth. Now, also, you should watch the videos coming after. After that talk with the Priest Dougie, you should watch the videos that follow and see if there's a change.
All right.
Yeah, because we're dealing with
when in like 3 months from now,
like just a couple videos afterwards, couple days afterwards. Just go and just look at the information.
Oh, I get what you mean. Okay.
So you'll see if there is any change in perspective or still trying.
And what he said. Right.
Still trying to rationalize the Bible, and stuff like that. But it's about time. But I think Priest Isaac will get there.
Oh yeah, he's gonna still do it.
I think all of them will get there because it's a tide. It's a tide.
I have to see it. Yeah. I have to see it to believe it.
It will happen because you cannot run from it.
To believe it.
You can't run from it.
Wait a minute, we're sorry. No, I know you can't run from the truth, but what I experienced July 17th, I have to believe it. I'm not saying it won't happen. I'll rephrase that. I won't say it can't happen because body could change, things change. But I have to see it and believe it. I can't talk off on what I would like to see happen. I have to see it in action in order for me to believe. 4 times. July 17th made the 5th time. And they played around on everything you said. And then had the nerve to ask me to come on there like I'm going to say something different. They know my mindset. They know how I feel. They just wanted to put me on there so they can start their circle of snake business. Seriously.
You see,
that's why he loved the Bible. He shouldn't even have been in that comment. Priest Isaac is out of order, man. He's losing his African self to even allow that man to be there. There's a time and place for everything, and that was 9.
Well, the Bobos have a lot of white priests and white prophets.
Seriously, that was not the time. That's not being racist. That's being real.
So you never know if the white man that came on, you didn't know if he's a Bobo prophet.
Yeah, he may be a Bobo prophet.
yeah. So, of course.
He is Bobo. He is. That's why he's with Priest Isaac.
Yeah. Now, the thing about the European races, they try their very best to keep Rastafari in the Bible. So, within Rastafari, there's a type of war. There's the European race that can only relate to Haile Selassie in terms of the Bible. Because when it comes to ancestors and that same rope we were speaking of, they're like not in the immediate connection with the ancestors like the African people are. So they cannot really relate on that levels to our indigenous system. So they try to keep it in the vicinity of Haile Selassie being the universal God and creator. You know, so they'll try to keep it as much, and they'll also use their money. Well, it's the same thing that goes on in all organizations when it comes to Europeans. They use the influence,
Right.
you know, to buy races, to buy the poor races, and to reinstill in them that that thing is a Christian thing, you know, for their own inclusion, you know. So that is because I remember once I was in a meeting in Ethiopian World Federation, and this Ras got up and he said he thinks we should change the rule about Europeans cannot be members because Europeans have a lot of money to finance a lot of different things.
You see?
You know?
See?
So you see, we have
Same
we
thing
have
the
to
slave master did.
we have to be very careful with making Europeans a part of our revolutionary struggle. You know? Because
That's right.
they have different allegiances. You know? So it was very out of place for that European to be in the tiger's temple, because in my temple no European is allowed. In my
That's what
Straight.
Baraka was trying to tell them. And he told
in my
Baraka, don't
Yeah.
go there. Don't go there. You remember
No.
that, Wasar?
yeah, in my temple no
He told him,
European is
don't
allowed.
go there.
Yeah, he told him that. Yeah, you know. So in no temple, no European is allowed in my temple. You know, because
And to me, no,
Mhm.
and to me, no white man can be a Rastafari. You know.
Yeah, well, they can be Rastafari sympathizers.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know? They can be
That
Rastafari
part.
sympathizers, but they cannot be Rastafari.
Yeah,
You know,
man.
that's an African revolutionary struggle. You know, that's thing that we inherited in our blood. The oppression, the trauma.
Exactly.
We never faced them thing there. You know?
Exactly.
So it's a indigenous African
That's why
struggle.
he should have never been there.
Yeah, it was out of place for him to be there, you know. I don't know how that was even possible, you know. I don't know how that was possible at all. So this is one of the things that happens when you change a revolutionary struggle into a religion. You'll get infiltration, you know, and even infiltration by those and the descendants of those that caused all the destruction in the first place. Yeah. Now in the Ethiopian World Federation, no European is allowed, and that was set up by Haile Selassie, Malaku Bayen, you know. So how Rastafari now setting up their organizations and they're bringing Europeans in, you know, claiming that Rastafari will one day cover the earth like water covereth the sea when we are a revolutionary struggle, you know. So these biblical concepts do not apply to Rastafari. It doesn't apply to us. There are questions the Africans don't bust their head trying to answer because we know we can get no answer to these questions. You know, there are certain things that will forever remain a mystery, and life is about there being certain mysteries. You know, there's a story in Kemet about this African that comes across, I think, a book of Jehuti, and that book would teach him everything, how to speak to the animals, give him so much knowledge. And in the end, he decided to put that book the very place he got it and never open it, because the whole meaning of life is to seek for knowledge. So, you know, in our African stories, we learn a lot about, you know, the difference between knowledge and wisdom, you know, and how to use the knowledge we have, how to apply it practically, you know, not to create illusions and delusions to capture people's minds and have them in false hopes, you know. And that's why Rastafari
Yes.
turned to rhetoric, because a lot of our beliefs are biblical, and it's false hope, you know. But if we really listen to His Majesty when it comes to organization, there was a time Rastafari didn't like organizations. There was a time Rastafari didn't believe in organization. We believed in being free as birds, you know, going up in the hills, dwell naked, create our own liberty
And
there.
there was also a time Rastafari burned the Bible, like the sister in the
Okay.
Congo.
Oh yes, we
All
burned the
right.
Bible a long time ago. We burned that
So
Bible a
what we
long
see,
time ago.
and it come from an African experience. That comes
Yeah,
from an African experience. We saw the sister
yeah,
in the Congo doing it in the light of Kempavita, because she was burned to the stake. And when you burn things, you consume it, you burn it to get rid of the dirty. So now
right.
you can be purified and clean again. That's what the fire is
Mm-hmm.
sent for. So it's not burning
Yes,
it because you're mean and you're angry. You're burning it because you're trying to cleanse from
yeah,
that obstacle. You're trying to get that depression up off of you. So
yeah.
it's not a coincidence that Rastafari used to burn the Bible. The
Mm-hmm.
fire is a sign of purging and consuming. You
Mm-hmm.
got your consuming fire and your purging fire.
Mm-hmm.
That was a consuming fire so they can purge from the long sleep.
Yeah,
You see the
yeah.
signs and the symbols, they just recycling. They're impressed. Judahda. We were on the program on the 17th. You get what I'm trying to say? This mission right here is real. What we're doing is real. This is nothing
Of
but
course,
ancestral working through us right now. This ancestors working with us right now. Because even
of
though they
course.
tried to bring us down on July 17th, they tried to bring us down at Peace Isaac Folly platform. Tried to bring us down, but it did not work. We still walked out of there with a 10. And they left out of there with a 2.
Yeah, well, you know, the elder was
We still
fumbling.
left with a 10.
Yeah, the
For
elder
the
was
elder
fumbling.
man,
Just
he
sick
should have
boy.
never
You
came.
know.
He should have stayed home.
I don't think the elder was ready for that kind of discourse. You know, because
I couldn't believe I was hearing what I was hearing.
now the thing is, Priest Isaac knows a lot more about chemetic cosmology than the elder. But if you realize, he didn't assist, he didn't say anything.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Now that's why
He just
Baraka
watched
was,
both.
that's why
He just
Baraka was
watched
saying,
both sides.
that's why Baraka came to ask him a
Sorry, go ahead.
question. That's why Baraka asked him a question.
What you
And he
dealing with?
said, and he said that, and he said he didn't come to be on the spot. You know, he didn't come there to be. He didn't come to be on the spot. So he directed the question to. So he said, "No, you can't be talking to me." So he directed to someone else. You know. So that's why
So he don't look
Baraka.
stupid.
Yeah, that's why Baraka. Because we have we have us on the panel, and then we have the viewers. Now the viewers, trust me, Priest Isaac is the mouthpiece for a lot of Bobo.
Oh yeah. Oh
Because
yes, he is.
I've
They
reasoned with
speak the
certain
same
Bobo.
language. Read the same
I've,
book.
I've reasoned with certain Bobo, and they always repeat what they hear him say. They always do it. So it was strange to see he not answer, you know. But I think it was to protect himself from any backlash that would happen with his viewership.
Yes. Yes, Wasar, for real. He
Yeah,
played devil's advocate on that one. He
yeah.
really played devil's advocate with that.
Because
It was so
he's in a
obvious.
he's in a spot. He's reached Kemet, but he cannot cross over because there are elders, there are people he's leading, and he was all leading
Misleading.
them in the Bible, And I more think too is that his comprehension of Kemet, maybe he's not too confident enough to just jump across.
Yeah. He don't truly believe what he's reading and what he found. He don't
Yeah,
truly believe it. He believes in the Bible more. The Bible
right,
resonates better with him because the genes are sick. That transatlantic slave trade traumatic, syndrome is there. 500 years later, and you see what we're dealing with.
yeah,
He believed King James more than he believed his forefathers and foremothers.
yeah.
King James is more important because he
So
can just open the Bible and read it.
take out the Bible, take the Bible off the altar in the Nyabingi house in the Bobo Shanti tabernacle and replace it with the Hosea. Okay, the Hosea is a collection of texts from African sages. A Menamope, you'll find a Menamope in Proverbs, written by so-called Solomon. You'll find the hymn of Akhenaten, Psalm 104. We have Kagemni, We have, let me see if I have my Hosea.
Okay.
Embrace.
Yeah.
Yes,
you're
I will
getting
have to
sleepy,
seal up.
huh?
Yeah, I will have to seal up.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, man.
As soon as Wasar come back with that book, we're gonna close up because we already have 4 hours and 32 minutes. I never expected it to go like this, but it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
This is the Hosea by Malana Karenga. So in this you have the book of Kakeper, Rasaneb. You have a Menamope. You have Kagemni. You have Ptahotep. You have Nefertari or Neferti. So you have so many different utterances of our sages in the Hosea. So we can replace the Bible with the Hosea. And still put a Shikanta D up on there, have the youths come in, not just chant and beat drums, but give a speech of inspiration. Call on the ancestors, pour libation, all these things.
Exactly.
Sometimes you go to a Nyabingi gathering and you never see no one pour libation here. And we know
Because
libation.
that's witchcraft.
We know libation is one of our oldest, most sacred things we do in honor of our ancestors and the Almighty. To pour
For
libation.
real.
You know? So I was reasoning with a brethren at the time. I tell him, whatever you do, always open with pouring a libation. You know? So these are the things Rastafari need to go towards instead of running away from. You know? Rastafari. Well, it was a pleasure being here. You know, as usual. You know,
Yes.
looking forward to
Thank you for being here.
your great guests that you managed to have come on here. You know, like last time we had Professor Smalls. You know, you had
Yes.
the
Next,
lady.
you know, next Wednesday we're gonna have Baba Kaba Kamani.
All right, okay, that will be
He's
beautiful.
gonna talk about spirituality before religion. He wrote a book
Oh,
on that.
yes, I want to
Then,
get that as soon as possible.
and then we're going to have, then we're gonna have a prince from the San tribe in South Africa. He's an oracle, and he's
Wow.
gonna come on.
Whoa.
You remember the San tribe in South Africa?
Of course.
He's a direct descendant, and he's an oracle. And he writes
Wow.
books about dreams and dreams interpretation and dream symbols and African
Oh,
folklore and short stories. You see?
yeah,
So
yeah. This is where
it's
we
gonna
need.
keep rising.
This is where we need to go. This is where we need to go. You know, take our head out of the Bible and just look around. You know, and be prepared to relearn. You know, if
Have
we have
beautiful
to,
culture.
if we have to
Mm-hmm.
redefine, if we have to refine, you know, we have to begin our quest of self-discovery, self-rediscovery.
Yes. Yes. That's
So it
right.
was nice.
Give
It was
thanks
nice
for
visiting you, Nana. I said love
yes. Give
Rastafari.
thanks every time.
A rumor heart.
Appreciate love it. Yes.
Yeah, man. It's a
So
pleasure.
until next
Isis.
time, be
Empress.
safe, be good. Yes, Ras Wasar and Nana Kwame, love you every time. Thank you for your time and your energy. Give thanks to all the listeners out there. I hope you're able to gather some truth from what we were saying. Go look those books up and start reading, expanding your consciousness. And we'll see you again on Friday for Nova Tech Fridays, making your money matter with Brother Reggie. Peace and love. Love and gratitude.